Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And I thought it might be useful to start with a little introduction, une petite introduction. And basically, well, in this introduction, it will be quite short, don't worry. So welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and I just wanted to let you know a few things. And the first one is that you should definitely have a look at the version, because I am doing quite many videos, and it might be so that this version, I mean the version you are watching right now, is not the latest one, because I will add regularly new videos, new lessons. So basically have a look at the version just to be sure that you get the latest one, okay? The second thing that we should actually define or see together, because I've been having so many questions regarding this topic, what French do I speak, or so what French do I teach? And I'm coming from France, and I'm coming from this area that we call les Pays de la Loire, which is somehow considered by the French Academy as without any accent. So basically the French I will teach will be the French from France, okay? So basically nothing to do with Quebec, Canada, or Belgium, or basically it will be the French from France. Okay, the third thing I wanted to actually clarify or say with you, je suis à votre écoute. So basically I am listening to you, and normally I try to make the videos according to the feedback I receive from you. It is really difficult to please everyone, so I try to make videos that will basically please everyone, but it's quite difficult. So use the feedback, use the comment options if you want to actually ask for specific topics, or if you didn't understand everything, and I will try to reply, or I will try to make a new video and include this video in the next version, okay? And the last thing is actually, if you want to go further, then there is a website, and it's www.imagiers.net. So there you can find quite many other things like PDFs and like flashcards, and you can go there and have a look. If you want to have some private tutoring, it's always also possible. We just need to find suitable times, and we try to arrange ourselves. But it's another option if you want to go further in your studies. Okay, so we can start right now. Avant de commencer, so before we start learning French together, I just wanted to actually tell you something, and it's the fact that French language and English language, well, they've got a special relationship. The first thing that, of course, you probably know, like many other languages, French tend to take quite many new words from English. So these are called les néologismes, okay? So it does mean that you already know quite many words in French. When we're talking about the new words, of course, you will have to pronounce them a bit differently. And the second thing that you should keep in mind, maybe you don't know that already, but until the 14th century, approximately 10,000 words were introduced into English language, and they were coming from French and Norman. So what does it mean? It does mean that you know a lot, and really I mean a lot, of French words already if you master English. If it's your mother tongue, then it's quite good for you. If it's not your mother tongue, then you will encounter, while we do this series of videos, many words that you already know because you've been learning them already in English. Okay, so this is the thing, and well, just wanted to start with that. Keep in mind that you already know quite many words in French before you even start learning it. Okay, but now we will start with a serious thing, and we will start learning French. Get ready. La structure de la phrase, so the structure of the sentence in French. Okay, so you'll see that in a way it's not that different from English, because we are using English here to study and for me to teach. So it means that for us it will be quite nice, because in a way French language will actually work or behave in a way similar to English. So first, normally will come the subject, le sujet. Then you will put the verb, le verbe, and after that will come what we call les compléments. Okay, so this is the normal structure of a sentence. You start with the subject, then will come the verb, and after that you will complete the sentence with more information, so basically des compléments. Okay, so let's see now an example. Je suis français. Okay, je, I, so it's the subject here. Suis, so it's to be, you conjugate it. I am français, in that case it's an adjective and it's French. Okay, je suis français. So it goes in that order. You will start with the subject, then you will put the verb. You can see that the verb is conjugated here, so you will have to modify it according to the subject. And then after that you will put more informations, adjectives, or then, well, other things if you want. And then a second example, tu habites en France. Okay, tu, it's you, habite, the verb is habiter, and then you conjugate it here. Habiter is to live. En France, in France. Okay, so you can see that in that case it's what we call complément de lieu. Okay, you introduce a place here. Tu habites en France. Okay, so but then we keep the same order, because that's normally the way we should do it. So first the subject, then the verb. Same thing here, you conjugate it according to tu, and after that, in that case, you will put en France. Alright, so this is what we call a normal sentence, une phrase normale. Okay, but then of course, as usual in French, and this is something that you will discover with all these videos that I will make, we've got some exceptions possible, and then the modification, you can modify the sentences in some cases. Okay, but then this is the basic. Okay, you should keep in mind that first you will put the subject, then the verb is coming, and after that les compléments. Le sujet, le verbe, les compléments. Je suis français, tu habites en France, and that's it. Les phrases simples, so simple sentences, and we'll see that right now. So les phrases simples in French language are la phrase interrogative, la phrase affirmative, la phrase négative, la phrase exclamative, la phrase impérative. Okay, so la phrase interrogative, interrogative sentence, la phrase affirmative, affirmative sentence, la phrase négative, negative sentence, la phrase exclamative, exclamation, la phrase impérative, imperative sentence. And we'll start, of course, with the first one. So for each type of sentence, I will put an example. Okay, so let's start with la phrase interrogative. Aimez-vous le fromage? Okay, so the first thing that you should notice is this point d'interrogation here, and then keep in mind that in French we will put a space before. Okay, the second thing that you can notice is that you've got the verb here, aimer. Aimer is to like or to love, and then you will have this vous, so it's the you. okay, and it's the plural form. Aimez-vous? Do you like? Do you love? Do you love? Sorry, le fromage. So it's cheese, of course. It's a question that a French person could ask. You know, do you love cheese? Do you like cheese? And well, the first thing, or the second, because the first one was le point d'interrogation, the second thing that you could notice is that if we want to respect the rule when we ask a question, we should change the order of the sentence. So normally in French, we've got first the subject, then the verb, but when we ask a question like that, and we want to, well, respect the rule, then we should first put the verb, then the subject. Okay, I will make some videos explaining how it works in real situations, or if this is the way that people do normally when they ask a question. Okay, but this is the way it should be done. Okay, so this is a question, c'est une phrase interrogative. Aimez-vous le fromage? Aimez-vous le fromage? And remember, you need to raise your voice a little bit at the end. Aimez-vous le fromage? Phrase affirmative. Oui, j'aime le fromage. So in that case, you just want to say that you like or you love cheese, and then this is affirmative. You will start with oui here. Oui, j'aime le fromage. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you will use this je. Okay, I will explain in the next video why the e is disappearing here, but then it's I like, I love. Okay, oui, j'aime le fromage. So you keep the same order, subject and then verb. Okay, so the order that actually normally we've got in the French language, you will start with the subject and after that the verb is coming. La phrase négative. Okay, so in that case, you want to say non. Okay, non, je n'aime pas le fromage. No, I don't like cheese. Okay, and in that case, well, we'll see that a bit later as well. You will use this ne and then pas. So basically, when we introduce the negative form in French, we will have two parts that will be before and after the verb. Okay, non, je n'aime pas le fromage. La phrase impérative. Mangeons ce fromage. Okay, and in that case, you can see quite clearly that you've got what we call le point d'exclamation here at the end. Keep in mind that you should put a space before it. Okay, so point d'exclamation, and normally it means that you will use that whether to give an order. In most of the cases, it will be for an order, or then if you want to give an advice, it's possible as well. Okay, and in that case, mangeons, so it's at the new form. Okay, so we eat. Okay, so let's eat, but then in that case it could be an order, so eat this cheese. Okay, you can see that we will see when we'll discover l'imperative form together that this nous, so the subject is not here. It's something quite special for the imperative form. You take away les pronoms personnels. Mangeons ce fromage. Okay, and in that case this sentence is une phrase impérative. Phrase exclamative, and in that case it's actually interesting because it's so short, and in a way it's a sentence even if you don't have any verb, because here quel, what, and then bon, good, fromage, so one more time, cheese. What a good cheese, quel bon fromage. Okay, it's a sentence, but then clearly you don't have any verb. Okay, so it means that in some cases, like this one for instance, you can have sentences without having a verb in them. Okay, and it's here in phrase exclamative, quel bon fromage. le sujet. And we'll see actually in this video what in French can be subject of a sentence. Okay, le sujet, the subject. And basically it can be un nom, un pronom personnel, un pronom interrogatif, un pronom indéfini. Okay, so when we're talking about a subject, it can be un nom, and it's a noun, un pronom personnel, and it's a subject pronoun, un pronom interrogatif, interrogative pronoun, or then un pronom indéfini, indefinite pronoun. And we'll see, and we'll of course start with the first one, un nom. Okay, so let's start with un nom. And I just wanted to have a simple sentence in that case. And it will be Vincent enseigne le français. Okay, so Vincent is a first name and it's mine, by the way. Enseigne, here you've got a verb. So the verb is enseigner and it's conjugated in that case. Le français, so it's French and we're referring to French language. Vincent enseigne le français. And in this sentence you can see quite easily that Vincent here is the subject of the verb here. Okay, so we could also change this Vincent, take it away and then put le professeur, and it means the teacher, and it will stay also the subject of the sentence, so it's connected directly to the verb enseigner here. Le sujet peut être un pronom personnel, so it can be also a subject pronoun as we saw. So let's see now how it would go. And in that case, same thing, simple sentence to start. Il visite Paris. Okay, so you get il here, il, visite. This is the verb visiter, you conjugate it. Il visite Paris. So in that case, you can see also quite easily that this is the subject of the sentence, and it's what we call un pronom personnel. So in English it's more clear because it's subject pronoun, so no doubt about the function, and actually we'll discover them together. So the first one is je, I, tu, you, il, he, elle, she. Okay, so je, tu, il, elle. And then for the plural form, we have nous, we, vous, you. So for the plural form, as in English, we tend to use it, well, of course, for the plural form, and also for the polite form. If you meet someone for the first time, it would be nice to use vous instead of tu. Il, they, so it's the masculine in that case, and then elle, they, but it's the feminine in that case. So in French we make the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form when we use les pronoms personnels at the plural. Okay, so je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. All right? And so let's see now un pronom interrogatif. So same thing, simple structure, simple sentence, and the sentence is qui parle, so it's a question. Okay, so the verb is parler, parler is to talk, okay, and then when you put this qui, and qui is who, basically this qui becomes, of course, the subject in this sentence, and it's a question. Who is talking? Qui parle? Qui parle? And the last one will be un pronom indéfini. And it's also quite useful, and I just wanted to make a simple sentence as well to make it clear. Same verb, parler is to talk, and then quelqu'un, someone or somebody. Okay, and in that case, quelqu'un parle, somebody is talking, someone is talking, and in that case you can see quite easily that quelqu'un is the subject of the sentence. Le sujet et le verbe, so the subject and the verb. And it's actually quite important when we start to learn French just to know that in French, basically, the subject will affect the verb. Okay, so I just wanted to take a simple example first because we will focus on the conjugation a bit later. So it's not the idea of this lesson. The idea of this lesson is just to show you that basically the relationship between the subject and the verb is quite close because the verb will be affected by the subject. So the verb is marcher. Marcher is to walk. Okay, and let's take the example of il. Okay, so it's he, and basically when you use il, you will have to conjugate the verb. So conjugate the verb means that for each form you will have a specific ending. Okay, this is the basic form here, marcher. It's what we call the infinitive. All right, but then you don't reuse marcher just like that. You will have to conjugate it, so you will have to modify the ending according to the subject. In that case, il requires that you will put this final e here, so you will get il marche. All right, so whoops, sorry, the R is coming now. And then it will be exactly the same thing for the plural form of il, so they, il marche. And if you look carefully, the ending is different. Okay, we will see everything covering the conjugation a bit later. It's just to show you that the subject is basically affecting quite much the verb. Okay, and so when we're talking about this topic, basically it's quite good to have a general view of the conjugation of marcher, so how it will be modified according to the subject. So the first person, je, I, you will get je marche. Tu marches. Il, elle. Okay, so tu is for you, the singular form, and then il, he, elle, she. Marche. Nous marchons. So it's we, the plural form. Vous, you, the plural form. Marchez. And then il, elle, and the plural, marche. So you can see that basically the forms are different, and it's one important thing that you've got to keep in mind, and that can be a bit tricky or difficult at the beginning, but then once you get used, you will remember the endings. Okay, so basically the subject will affect the verb. Okay, and it was the topic of this video. Les lettres, so the letters, and basically it is quite important because of course when you learn a language, well, you get to know the letters and you want to pronounce it correctly. So this is exactly what we'll try to do here. I will show you the letters, okay, so we'll divide them into two groups, the vowels and the consonants, and then I will pronounce them, okay? So let's first start with the vowels, and in French we have 6 vowels, 6 voyelles, okay? 6 voyelles, and the first one is A, E, I, O, U, Y. Okay, this one is quite tricky for some of you maybe, because maybe in your languages this Y is not a vowel but a consonant. In French it is a vowel. Okay, A, E, I, O, U, Y. Okay, and then let's see the consonants, and we've got 20 consonnes, so 20 consonants, and the first one is B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Z. Okay, so it's B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Z. Okay, so it was just to present you these letters, so the 6 vowels and the 20 consonant that we do have in French. Don't worry, in the coming videos we will focus on the pronunciation and we'll see how to combine them and how to pronounce them when we combine them. Okay, but then keep them in mind and try to practice on your own. Okay, les modes et les temps. So basically, when you translated that directly, we're talking about moods and tenses. So basically, like in English, if you want to use a verb, and normally when you will use a verb, you will have to basically decide whether you are using a certain mood and also whether you are using a certain tense for this verb, just because the moods and the tenses will be used in specific context or situations. Okay, so let's see now les modes. Okay, and basically in French we've got the first one that you will use and the first one that we will see together in the coming lessons will be l'indicatif. Okay, and l'indicatif is used to express the reality, so what is really happening. Then we'll have le conditionnel. Okay, so basically like in English we will use it to express what we call l'éventualité, something that might happen. Okay, and then we'll have this imperative form as well, so imperative mood, sorry, just to express l'ordre, the order, or then le conseil, advice. And then we'll have this subjunctive, which can be quite tricky, especially at the beginning, because it doesn't exist really in English, and it's to express what we call le sentiment. Okay, so basically we'll have these main moods, so l'indicatif, le conditionnel, l'impératif, and then le subjonctif. It does mean that in all these moods, dans toutes ces modes, you will have different tenses as well. Okay, and that's what we are going to see next, because basically when we're talking about les temps, the tenses, well, I will make it simple, okay, and we'll see in the coming or in the next videos how it will work. But mainly you will express 3 things with these tenses, and the first one is le présent, okay, the present, then le futur, the future, and then le passé, the past. And we will see that for all these 3 options we will have different ways of expressing them, so it does mean that we will have not only 3 tenses, but much more. Okay, no stress about that, don't worry, we'll do it little by little. So, but just to keep in mind that when we're talking about the tenses, well, we express normally le présent, le futur, and then le passé. Okay, so keep in mind that we've got les modes. Okay, so le mode, and you get to decide what mode or what mood, sorry, you will have to use. Indicatif, conditionnel, impératif, or then subjonctif. And the second thing that you have to choose is the correct tense, le temps, and then it's présent, futur, and passé. And keep in mind that, as I said, we've got quite many tenses, but we'll see that a bit later. Les signes diacritiques. And I know that the title is quite scary, and you probably think that, oh, I don't want to watch this video. But trust me, it's quite important for a good reason. And well, basically, what is les signes diacritiques? It's the idea that at one point in the language, we will use un signe, a sign, something that you will add to a letter, and by adding this sign to the letter, it will make a new letter. Okay, and it's something quite common in French, and we'll see exactly what we are talking about, because even if it's scary, the good news is that we've got only 5 signes diacritiques. 5 signes diacritiques. And the first one is accent aigu. Okay, the second one is accent grave. Third one is accent circonflexe. Then tréma. And last but not least, cédille. Okay, so accent aigu, accent grave, accent circonflexe, tréma, and then cédille. So let's start with l'accent aigu, and it looks like that. Okay, so this is l'accent aigu, and let's see, you will actually put l'accent aigu on the top of E. Okay, it doesn't come on the top of A, I, O, U, Y, it's only on E. Okay, so keep in mind that l'accent aigu is only coming right here on the top of E. Okay, then you will have l'accent grave, and it goes in the other direction. Okay, but then l'accent grave is actually more used because you can put it on the top of A, on the top of E, and then on the top of U. Alright? After that you've got l'accent circonflexe, so it's like a little roof here, like a little hat, and it will come on the top of A, E, I, O, and U. Then tréma, just like 2 little dots here, and it will come on the top of A, E, I, O, and then U. Okay, and the last one, la cédille, if you look carefully, basically it will come right below your C letter. Okay, so remember, l'accent aigu, l'accent grave, l'accent circonflexe, le tréma, la cédille. All right, and the idea, of course, in this video, is only to present these 5 signs. So in the next lessons, in the next units, I will focus on explaining how to pronounce them, because of course the pronunciation will change. If you put l'accent aigu on the top of E, basically you won't pronounce it like you would pronounce it without the accent. Okay? But then keep in mind that we've got these 5 signes diacritiques. accent aigu, accent grave, accent circonflexe, tréma, cédille. Les ligatures. So even if it's a bit scary, let's start the video. And basically, what are we talking about when we're talking about les ligatures? Well, we're talking about two letters, some strange letters, you might say. This is the first one, and this is the second one. They are quite rare in the French language, but basically you can see them and you need to know what they are, and that's the reason why I've been making this little video. So the first one is this e dans la. Okay, so basically if you translate directly, it's inside or in a, and that's the reason why, because if you look carefully, it's only one letter here, and like if these two letters were glued, okay, or connected like that, so it's e dans la. Let's see a few examples of words that use this e dans la, and the first one is curriculum vitae, the second one is ex aequo, then etc., and then ad vitam aeternam. And so if you look carefully at these words, you realize that this letter is coming directly from Latin. Okay, so and it's quite rare to see this letter in French language. Well, you've got here some examples, but I've been choosing the more common examples because the other one probably you will never use them, or maybe never encounter them. But anyway, it is rare, but it does exist, and it can be a challenge in some cases for some of you to write this letter correctly if you want to write it with your computer, because you've got to go through insert and then after that symbol. So basically it's up to you. If you want to write it correctly, you should put, of course, this e dans la. If you don't manage to put it, then just put a and after e. Maybe your computer will correct it automatically, you never know. Okay, the second one is this one, and it's e dans l'eau. So basically the same concept, so e inside o. All right, so because it's only one letter here, and you get this o and e connected, like glued, okay, to each other. So let's see, because this one is actually used a bit more often, and I've been selecting few words, and the first one is un bœuf, un cœur, un cœur. It's actually quite interesting because even if you write them differently, you pronounce them the same way. Un œil, un œuf, une sœur. Okay, so un bœuf, un cœur, un œil, un œuf, une sœur. Alright, so these words are actually not that rare, and we'll see exactly what they mean. The first one, un bœuf, okay, steer, ox, or then un cœur, heart, un œuf, egg, un cœur, is it choir? I'm not really sure about the pronunciation in English, sorry about that, I don't want to make any mistake. Then we've got un œil, eye, and then une sœur, sister. Okay, and this letter is actually more often used, okay, than the previous one, and then it's, well, basically it will be exactly the same challenge if you want to write it correctly with your computer, whether you try to find this letter by inserting a symbol, okay, or then you just put O, and then after that you will put E, okay. Technically it's a mistake, but then basically if you cannot make in another way, then just write it O and E, okay. le masculin et le féminin, so the masculine and the feminine. And actually, in French, when it comes to grammar, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, and we'll see that it will affect quite deeply the language. For instance, we've got, when it comes to les pronoms personnels, we will have the difference between the masculine and the feminine. So we'll start with the feminine, ladies first, and it's elle, okay? So she, so in that case, it is the feminine singular form, elle, okay? For the masculine, it will be il. So in English, it will be he, okay? Il, so in that case, it's the masculine singular form. When it comes to the plural, actually in French we also have the difference between the feminine and the masculine. So basically here, elle, it's the feminine plural form, okay? And then in the same way here, il will be the masculine plural form. So if you look carefully, the only difference between the singular and the plural, it's this final S here. Same thing here between il and il, it's the final S. And if you listen carefully, basically you don't have any differences, so it's elle and elle, il and il. Okay, the grammar rule is quite strict in French. If you've got a group of persons and in this group you've got at least one man, it will be masculine. Okay, so let's see now if you discover a new word. Okay, so it could be a noun, it could be an adjective. In that case, the good reflex would be to try to see and to try to remember whether it's feminine or whether it's masculine, okay? Because it will basically affect after that, and we'll see that in this video, what will come after. And in most of the cases, we're talking about the adjectives, okay? So it's always good to remember the gender of a word, okay? Of course, in that case, if you're encountering a new noun, so basically you try to remember the gender at the same time. I will make some videos covering the topic and that well, giving you a few tips to try to see, you know, whether it's masculine or feminine according to the ending of the word. In some cases it can help, but in most of the cases you will have to remember the gender. Just when you discover a new word, try to remember the gender at the same time. Okay, so for a good reason, and this is now what I will explain sorry. Well, basically when you've got a noun, it will actually be connected to an adjective, and whether it's masculine or feminine, basically in French the adjective will be changed also. So let's see an example here. We've got un pays chaud. So if we translate directly, it's un pays, it's a country, and it's chaud is warm, hot. Okay, un pays chaud. So you can see that here pays is masculine, un is the article, the masculine article, un pays chaud. And in that case, your adjective is like that, written at the basic form. So the masculine form is the basic form. And if we take another word like boisson, boisson is feminine, une boisson. Okay, so here you've got the article and it's the feminine form of the article, une boisson, and you can see that here your adjective is changing. You will have to put this final e, chaude, okay, at the end, and then the pronunciation will change a little bit. Chaude. So here you pronounce the final d, whereas in the masculine form you don't pronounce it. Okay, all right, so it's just an introduction, don't worry. In the coming videos I will explain everything, so the articles, the adjective, the way to put the feminine form, everything. So in this video it's just to show you that basically the masculine and the feminine, so whether it's a noun at the masculine and at the feminine, it will affect the adjective connected to it. Okay, and then it's also actually possible that the noun, or as we saw, le pronom personnel, will affect the verb. We are talking in that case about what we call compound tenses. So we will cover that probably in unit 4, 5, or 6. Have a look there. We're talking about le passé composé, for instance, so the past tense. And basically, let's have a look there. You will have il est allé. Okay, it's the masculine form here. So aller is to go, and this is the compound tense of il est allé, all right? And then you will have here elle est allée, so basically he went, she went, all right? And here you can see that you will have the difference between the masculine and the feminine. But don't worry about that, because I will explain that later. It's just to show you that basically the difference between the masculine and the feminine will concern, of course, the subject, so pronom personnel, and then the nouns, but it will also affect what is coming after, so it can be an adjective, as we saw, or it can be a verb. In that case, it's a compound tense, so it's this past tense, le passé composé. All right, so no stress about that. I will explain everything after, okay? Just keep in mind that we've got a difference between the masculine and the feminine. And so my tip for this video will be, when you discover a new word, as I said, try to remember whether it's masculine, or sorry, feminine here, or masculine. Okay? Merci beaucoup. Oui et non. Oui et non. So basically, yes and no. Oui et non. So because I thought, it might be useful to make this video. In some situations, I've been assuming that people would understand and would know how to use oui et non, but it's not always the case. And well, basically, I don't expect them to do that, and as I am doing this video and this series of videos for beginners and total beginners, then this is the reason why I thought it might be useful to introduce oui, yes, and then non, no. So basically, when you have a question here, well, in French, you can answer with oui, yes, or then with non, no. It might seem simple, but it's just the way it is, and let's make it quite clear. And that's the reason why we have this question: vous parlez français? Okay, basically, do you speak French? I just put that in that order because normally it should be verb first and after the subject if we want to construct a correct question. But in many situations, especially when we talk, we can keep the same order. We just need to raise the voice at the end. So of course, l'Académie Française would like me to put them in the other order, but basically you will hear many French people and many French-speaking people just keep the same order and raise their voice at the end. Okay? Vous parlez français? So basically it's a question, do you speak French? And in that case you've got, well, two possible answers, and if you want to actually answer in a short way, the first option would be oui or then non. Of course, at one point, and that's the reason why we'll have these videos, you will have the possibility to construct sentences, but basically if you want to answer shortly, it's not rude. It's quite just you just show that you don't really want to talk that much, but basically you just answer to the question. So oui, yes, and then non, no. Let's see now how it will work if we have a question, but if this question is at the negative form. Okay? Because in that case, it's somehow a bit tricky, because strangely, for the affirmative answer, it won't be oui, but it will become si. and then for the negative, it will be exactly the same. It will be non. Okay, so keep in mind if you get a question, but then this question is at the negative form, then instead of using oui, you will use si, but then non will be the same. Okay, so let's see the same question. Vous ne parlez pas français? So you don't speak French, okay? So this is how it works for the negative form. Don't worry, in few videos I will explain you how it works exactly, okay? But at this point it's only to introduce oui, non, si, non, okay? So it's a negative question in that case. You don't speak French, and the answer would be si, or then non. Obviously, at one point you would like to make sentences instead of using these two possibilities, okay? But it's just to show you that, you know, actually you've got these two options. So if you've got a question, the first one would be oui or then non. If it's a negative question, then it will be si or non, okay? La ponctuation. So let's discover together the punctuation in French. Okay, so we can start, and I thought it might be useful to start with this one, and it's le point. Okay, so le point. And for this video, I will actually tell you how to put these punctuation signs, and if we need to put some spaces or not, because it does change a little bit if you compare it to English, for instance. So let's see now le point. So let's imagine that you will have your sentence, or it could be a word like that, and after that you will put le point, then you will have to put a space and the next word will come. Okay, so it could be a sentence before, a sentence after, but the main thing is to remember that you don't have any space before, but you will have one after. Okay, so let's see now the next one, and it's le point virgule. Okay, le point virgule, and le point virgule works like that. Mot numéro 1. Then you would put le point virgule without any space, then a space and the next word or the rest of the sentence. Okay? La virgule. Okay, so la virgule. And for la virgule, actually you will have the first word, then la virgule is coming without any space, then you will put a space and the rest of the sentence or the next word is coming after. Okay, nothing before, one space after. Le point d'interrogation. Le point d'interrogation. Okay, and in that case, keep in mind that you will have whether your sentence or this word, then, and this is quite important because it does change from other languages, you put a space, you put le point d'interrogation, okay, then after that a space and the rest will follow. Okay, so this is quite important. Remember that we will put in French a space before le point d'interrogation, because it's not the case in, well, some other languages. Okay, and now le point d'exclamation. Okay, so le point d'exclamation, you will have your sentence and then the previous word, then un espace, space, then you will put your point d'exclamation here, after that a space, and the next word is coming. Same thing as we had for le point d'interrogation. Remember that you will have to put a space before. Les deux points, okay, les deux points, and then they work like that. Le mot, then you will have to put space, les deux points, are coming right after, another space after, then the rest will come. Okay, so remember, one space before, one space after. Les guillemets. Okay, les guillemets. And concerning les guillemets, actually it will go like that. So you will have your sentence, or, well, the previous word, then a space, then the first one. After that a space, then you put what you want to put between them. Another space, guillemets again, space, and the rest of the sentence or the next word or whatever you want here. But you've got to keep in mind that here it's quite tricky. Space, then guillemets, space, what you put between, space, guillemets, space, and what comes after. Les points de suspension. Les points de suspension. And regarding les points de suspension, it will come like that. So what comes before, le mot, or then the sentence, and then les points de suspension, space, and then the next word or what comes after the sentence if you want. Okay, so nothing before, a space after. Les parenthèses, okay, and regarding les parenthèses, well, the first word, then you will put a space, then the first part, so la première parenthèse, your word, or then a group of words, fermez la parenthèse, then you will put a space, and after that, the next part is coming. Okay, so remember, before and after, nothing between. Okay? Écrire en français. So write in French. And well, I thought it might be useful to just make this little video because I've been teaching for quite many years now, and I've been noticing that at one point my students tend to be a bit disappointed or sad because they just realized one important thing in French, and it's the difference between what je prononce, I pronounce, and j'écris, I write. Because basically you can see that of course you will have some connections between what you pronounce and what you write, but we've got many things that we will have to write and we won't pronounce. I thought it might be useful to start and give you an example here with the verb parler. Okay, so we will make the conjugation. Remember that we will focus on the conjugation in another video that will come a bit later. Okay, but it's just to give you a good example here. So parler is to speak or to talk, and it's a regular verb, so it belongs to the first group ending with er. So let's see how we conjugate it at the present tense. Je parle, tu parles, il, elle parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il, elle parle. Okay, so basically you got here this je, and it's I. Je parle, I talk, I speak. Tu, and tu is for you, okay, and it's the singular form. Tu parles, here, you talk, you speak. Il, it's for the masculine form, he, il, and then elle, feminine form, she, elle. Okay, so il, elle, and then we've got the same form, parle. Then comes the plural form, nous, so we, okay, and in that case it's nous parlons, vous, you, so it's the plural form, or then we will see a bit later that it can be also for the singular if it's the polite form. Okay, vous parlez, and then we've got ils, so they, but then in French we divide and we make the difference between the masculine plural, so il here, and elle, the feminine plural. Il, elle parle. Alright, so we've got je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle, nous parlons, vous parlez, il parle, elle parle. And if you look carefully, you write it with e here, es, then you get ent here. So I only take these 4 forms just for a good reason. It's just because if you look carefully and if you listen to me, I will pronounce it je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle, il parle, elle parle. So it does mean that even if you write them differently, es, and then ent, you will pronounce them the same way. And this is basically the difficult thing about French language. It's just the big difference between what you say, what you pronounce, and what you write. Okay, so in this example, for this verb, actually, if we finish it like that, you can see that you've got 3 phonetical forms. The first one is parle, okay, the yellow one. Then you've got nous parlons, and then you've got vous parlez. But of course, at one point, if you want to write it correctly, you will have to remember the endings, and you will have to put this S here, for instance, if you want to write it correctly, or then ENT here, even if you pronounce them the same way. Okay, so my advice would be, if you want to be happy, well, basically, when you see, it's coming, yeah, when you see a new word, un nouveau mot, well, word in general, so it can be a verb, it can be an adjective, it can be a noun, whatever. When you see a new word, try to remember, of course, how you will pronounce it, but then try also to remember how to write it correctly. And in this first lesson, I thought it would be, or it might be useful to start with the pronunciation of the vowels, okay, and after that, of course, consonant will come, but it will be in the next lesson, okay. So let's see now for the vowels, how it goes. So the first one is A, okay, A, so not really difficult to pronounce for most of you. Second one is repeat, okay. Remember that on this vowel we can put some accents, okay, and then it will affect the way you will pronounce the okay. But if it's like that without any accent and you need to spell it or to pronounce the letter, it's okay. Next one is E, then O. Okay, so don't be afraid to put your mouth really round. O, okay, so it's quite deep. O, okay. Then U. So this U can be tricky. So from my experience of teaching, I've been noticing that, well, in most of the cases, for American people, it can be quite tricky at the beginning. So you really need to insist on that. It's U. Okay, Spanish speaking persons can have some difficulties as well for that. Okay, so don't be afraid to pronounce. So really it's not oo, because in most of the cases that's the mistake people tend to make. They pronounce it like oo, okay. Now in that case it's really so really narrow sound. Okay, so don't be afraid to insist on that. And the last one is, well, it's Y, so if you need to spell it, then you say Y, okay? When you pronounce it, it's like I, okay? But the name of the letter is Y, okay? So if we check them again one more time, this one is A, then comes E, I, O, U, remember, U, and the last one, Y for the name, okay? But then the pronunciation is I, alright? And in this lesson, we'll discover the pronunciation of the consonants, so les consonnes. Are you ready? So let's start now. Okay, so les consonnes, B, B. Okay, so this one shouldn't be that difficult to produce. B, B. Then comes C. Okay, C. D, D. F, F. G, G. Okay, so if we want to repeat them one more time, B, C, D, F, G. Okay, let's see the others. H, H, J, J, K, K, L, L, M, M. Okay, one more time. H, J, K, L, M. Okay, and then of course it continues. N, N, P, P, Q, Q, R, R. So it's quite important because people tend to think that French people are making this like that, really deep and really, well, it will hurt your throat if you try to insist too much on that. And if you listen to me, well, basically it's not that strong. R, R. Okay, so it's quite soft. R, R. The next one is S, S. Okay, so let's see them one more time. N, P, Q, R, S. And the last consonant are T, T, V, V, W, W. Okay, so we've got this double, and then V, W. Okay, X, X, and the last one, Z, Z. Okay, so remember to pronounce this D at the end. Z, Z. Okay, so let's see them one more time. T, V, W, X, Z. Discover les accents, so the accents. And normally when we talk about the accents, we tend to insist on the accents which are on the top of the letter E, okay, because they will change the pronunciation of the letter. When you put the accents on the top of O, I, or A, well, nowadays we don't really pronounce the differences, but then E is still affected by that, so you should really first remember the name of the accent, okay, and it's normally like that, okay, and then the sound that you will have to pronounce or to produce when you see it on the top of the okay, because so without any accent, this letter, if you remember, we saw that previously, is pronounced okay, but then when you put this one, so this one is called accent aigu, okay, it goes like that, in that direction, okay, and you will pronounce the letter like E, okay, listen to the difference, without the accent, with the accent, E, okay, without and with E, alright. Second accent that we can work on, it's a little bit the same, but it goes in the other direction. So if you look, it goes like that, okay, and then it's called accent grave, okay, and the sound that you will have to produce is eh. So it's really open. I mean, the sound is really open, and normally your mouth should be opened a little bit more than with the accent aigu as well. Okay, so it goes like eh. All right, don't be afraid to insist a little bit on the pronunciation. Okay, first, and then you can make it shorter after, of course. Eh. All right, so let's compare them. The first one is e, and then the second one is eh. All right, the good news is that the next one, so accent circonflexe, is pronounced like accent grave. Okay, so it's the same pronunciation here, okay, and it's the open one, okay, eh, okay, eh. All right, so you can see that it's just like a little hat that you get to put on the top of okay. So let's see one more time the differences. This one e, okay, and then these two accents like here, eh, open, eh, okay. The last one, tréma, well, basically it's quite rare, and the tricky thing is that in some cases you will have to pronounce it like eh, okay, like for instance Noël, okay, but then in some cases as well it can be pronounced like e, okay. So my advice would be try to remember the word, and they are really rare, so don't be afraid about that, okay. So but that, let's focus on the three main accents here, okay. The first one, accent aigu, remember, e, accent grave, eh, and the last one, accent circonflexe, eh. So we'll focus on les caractères spéciaux, so the special characters that maybe you will have to use if you want to, well, spell your name, or then if you want to give a web address or something like that. So because normally they can be quite useful, and at the really beginning, so it's quite useful to spend a little time on them. Okay, so let's start now. Les caractères spéciaux, the first one, okay. If you look at it, it's here, okay, and we called it tiret, okay, tiret. All right, let's see the second one. Same thing, but it's, you know, the low one, so we call it tiret bas, tiret bas. Okay, so remember the first one located in the middle is tiret, and the other one here is tiret bas. Okay, let's see the other one. So officially we called it arrobase, okay, but then, well, let's be honest, we can hear many French people or French-speaking people using this at, okay, but then the French were, of course, at, all right, but officially it should be arrobase, okay, so don't be surprised if someone is using that, or then you can use it as well, because that's the way it should be used. So arrobase, okay. Here, so the dot, okay, because it's not always easy to spot here, we call it point, okay, point. All right, so one more time, tiret, tiret bas, arrobase, point, okay, and then it continues a little bit. So if you want to indicate that you've got, well, a double letter, okay, you can say, so in that case it's P, okay, so you say deux, okay, deux it's two in French, deux, okay, P, deux P, okay, if it would be another letter, then you would say deux and then the name of the letter, of course. Then this one here is called apostrophe, okay, apostrophe, apostrophe, okay. And the last one for this lesson, here you can see that in some cases, so we'll see that a bit later, I mean the reason why, but still you can have this little thing beneath the C, okay, and that's what we call cédille, cédille, okay, cédille, cédille, okay. And we'll discover a quite important thing because it's a verb, and it's the verb être, okay, être means to be, okay, so as in many languages, to be is quite useful, just for well, simple reason, you tend to use it quite often, and then we can use it to construct some composed tenses that we'll see a bit later, okay. So let's see how it goes at the present form. Le verbe être first is je suis, je suis, okay. Je, it's the pronom personnel, so it's I, okay. Suis, I am, okay. Je suis, all right. Then second person, tu es, okay. So remember, être is really tricky, especially when it comes to pronunciations, okay. So first one, suis, as you've been noticing, you don't pronounce the final S, okay. And for tu, then you've got this combination of letters, okay, but then basically the sound you will pronounce or you will produce is est, okay. Tu es, all right. Je suis, tu es, okay. So let's see the next one. So you get this il, okay, so it's a capital letter, but then it's I and then L, okay. Il, so it's he, okay, masculine form, and then elle, she, so feminine form, okay. And this is the verb, so il est, or then elle est. So you can notice that even if we write them differently, this e like that and e like that, we pronounce them the same way. And that's usually the difficult thing, you know, with the French language. What you write and what you pronounce can be quite different, okay. So remember, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, okay. So let's see how the next one comes. Here it's nous, okay. Sorry about that. Whoops. Nous sommes, okay. Nous sommes, okay. So you don't pronounce the final S here, it doesn't exist. Sommes, nous sommes, okay. Then the next one is coming. Vous êtes. Same thing here. Notice that final S is not pronounced. Et. Okay. And then in French we tend to have this liaison. So liaison, it's like a link, okay, that we can make between the words. So in that case, vous is ending with S, and then you tend to make a little link between them. So vous êtes, z, it goes like that. Vous êtes, okay. Vous êtes, vous êtes. All right. So let's see one more time. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes. Okay. And let's see the last one. Il. Okay. So you can notice that even if you've got this S at the end, and then here you don't have anything, well, you pronounce them the same way, okay? Il, singular form, il, plural form, okay? Ils sont, final T not pronounced, ils sont, elles sont, okay? Ils sont, elles sont. So let's see it again. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. All right? One more thing to notice, because it's quite important. This vous form, okay, can be used for the plural, of course, and then it's the polite form that we use if you meet someone for the first time. Let's say it's someone that you are connected to professionally, or it's, well, someone important, or then, well, in that case, or then you don't know this person, you should use definitely this vous, okay, for the first time. It's the polite form. After that, you can decide whether you want to use this tu form, okay, which is normally quite common in French, but then first remember that vous is better, okay? Let's see a few examples now. Okay, first, I've been writing this question. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay, so here to show you that it's here. Quelle means what, est is, votre, your. So it's according to this vous. Okay, so the polite form of your, and then nationalité, nationality. Okay, so let's repeat the question. Quelle est votre nationalité? All right. And in French, we tend to raise the voice at the end when we've got this little point d'interrogation. If it's a question, don't be afraid to go like and raise a little bit at the end. Okay. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre nationalité? So if you want to present or to say where you're from, okay? So we're using this être for that, you know. Je suis, okay, so you get here it already. And then you put this français, français, okay? It's French. Je suis français. Je suis français. Okay? Then another example. Quel est votre nom de famille? Famille, family, nom, name. So nom de famille, family name, last name if you want. Okay. Quel, it's still what. Okay. In that case, it's written like that. So we will see that in a coming lesson, but just to inform you, that's the masculine form, just because nom is masculine, and here you've got the feminine form because nationalité is feminine. Okay. But then we pronounce them the same way. So, quel est, what is, votre, your, nom de famille, so family name or last name. Okay, it's a question. Quel est votre nom de famille? Okay, so it's not the opera or something that you want to sing. Okay, so just raise a little bit your voice at the end of the question. Okay, so the answer, c'est le François. So it's interesting because you can see that we've got this c'est here, and it doesn't show in the examples that we saw previously, or for the conjugation, just because it's so, well, basically you could translate it like it is, or this is, or yeah, it is. Okay, c'est le François. Okay, and the last one, quelle est sa profession? Okay, quelle est sa profession? What is, so être, hein, same. Sa, so it's her. Profession, profession. Okay. Elle est directrice. Elle est directrice. Okay, so she's a director, and then it's the feminine form here. All right. So the last lesson was introduction of le verbe être. Okay, and I thought it it would be more logical to continue with le verbe avoir. So avoir means to have, okay, and for the same reason as to be, okay, it's really useful and really used, so you should definitely know this verb avoir by heart if you want to master French language, okay. So let's see that, the verb avoir, okay, and so we'll see the different forms. So the first one is j'ai, okay, j'ai, all right. So if you remember correctly, we had this je, personal pronoun, and then when it comes near another vowel like a, for instance, then it tends to disappear, okay. So just to avoid pronouncing this je ai, because we think that in French it doesn't sound that beautiful, so we tend to take this e away, okay, so that you get this sound j'ai, j'ai, okay. So j apostrophe ai. Remember, when you combine this ai, you get the e sound, okay. Second one, tu as, okay. As usual in French, final s is not pronounced. Tu as, tu as, okay. First one, j'ai, tu as. Then comes il. So masculine form, he, okay, il, he, elle, she, okay, and then a. So as you can notice, second form as is pronounced a, and this is a, same pronunciation in both cases, okay. Then nous avons, final s not pronounced, avons, okay, and then we tend to make this little link, as I said previously in the lesson, for être, you make this link between the two, so nous avons, okay, nous avons, that's it. Next one, same thing, the little liaison, little link between the two, okay. Vous avez, all right. And the last one, so same thing, if you can see, you get this final s and final s here, okay, and then you will have to make the little link between the two. Ils ont, okay, and then feminine form, elles ont, all right. Let's see the whole thing one more time. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont, okay. So let's see now, just to make it more clear. Remember, so I in French is je, you it's tu, he, il, she, elle, we, nous, you. So as in English, first use for the plural, a group of person, okay, and then second use the polite form for you, one person, okay. Vous, il, elle. One last time. Je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. Discover le verbe aller. So the verb aller, aller means to go, so it's really useful because, well, we tend to use it like that, so for the main to go reason quite often, and we'll use it as also, like in many languages, for what we call the futur proche, so the near future. I am going to, and then you put a verb at the infinitive, So it is quite used, especially in the oral language. We tend to maybe use it a little bit more than the real future. Okay, so let's see how you conjugate this aller verb. The first form is je vais. Okay, so remember, final S not pronounced here. Je vais. Okay, when you combine this A, I, you get the sound E, really open. Okay, je vais. D'accord? Tu vas. Final S doesn't exist. Tu vas. Tu vas. Okay, then we've got this il. So remember, il, it's for the masculine form, so he. Okay, and then elle, she. Okay, and then you get the va form. Basically, you pronounce it like for the tu, because you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, il va, elle va. Okay, je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va. Then nous, so we, plural form, nous allons. Okay, and if you, so final S not pronounced, and then if you are purist, and I'm sure you are, you want to make this beautiful and little liaison, so this little link between the words, so it does mean that you will have to pronounce this z sound. Okay, listen to me. Nous allons. Nous allons. Okay, nous allons. That's it. Same thing here, we'll have this little link between the two. Vous allez. Vous allez. And the last one, so remember, here you've got this S just to make the difference between the singular and the plural, because when you put the plural form, normally you tend to add S at the end of the words, okay, like here, but then you don't pronounce it, so ils vont, final T, not pronounced. Ils vont, and then feminine form, elles vont. All right, let's see everything again. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. All right, and then just few examples just to show you how useful this aller verb can be, because we tend to use this aller verb when you want to ask if someone is doing fine. Okay, so the first question, how do you do in French, is comment, so how, comment allez-vous, and then same thing here, little link between the two, comment allez-vous. Comment allez-vous? All right. So I've been putting this vous form here for the first example, just to show you that if you meet someone for the first time, then it's better to use this vous. So here, the vous form, so because it's the polite form. Okay. Comment allez-vous? Okay. It's a question, so raise a little bit your voice at the end, like comment allez-vous? Okay. You see? Comment allez-vous? All right, so answer when you want to say I'm doing fine. Okay, je vais bien, and then you say merci, thank you. Je vais bien, merci. So now, if you know the person, okay, you get two options. I mean, normally that's the most used one. The first one would be comment vas-tu? Okay, so in that case you just switch and you change this you, so polite form, and you change it with this tu form. Comment vas-tu? Okay, well, answer can be the same, you know, je vais bien, merci. Okay, and the other one, comment ça va? Okay, it would be like impersonal form. Okay, so you're not really addressing directly to the person. How is it going? Could be translated. It could be translated like that in English. Okay, comment ça va? Okay, you raise a little bit at the end. Comment ça va? And then same thing, you can answer with ça va, merci. Okay, so let's read them. Comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci. Comment vas-tu? Je vais bien, merci. Comment ça va? Ça va, merci. We will discover le verbe s'appeler. So previously we've been seeing three verbs. So the first one was être, to be, yeah, and then after that it was avoir, to have, and then in the last or previous lesson it was aller, to go. And I thought it would be useful to introduce this s'appeler verb, because normally that's the verb you tend to use at the right beginning when you want to introduce yourself, because if you say my name is, well, in French we will use this s'appeler verb. Okay, it is always tricky and a big challenge for a French teacher to introduce this s'appeler verb at the real beginning, because it belongs to this group of verbs that we call verb pronominaux. So you'll see why, because if you compare it to the others, something is coming there. Okay, so if you remember, when we conjugate a verb, first we put the pronom personnel, so the personal pronoun here. So je is like I. Okay, and then so basically the verb appeler, appeler means to call. Okay, so without this s, okay, appeler is to call. Okay, and then when you had this s here, and then if you transform it like in this form, I call, and this is a pronoun, it's like me, so it's like I call myself, I call me. So it's just the way we've got in French to introduce ourselves. Okay, so it's je m'appelle. Okay, je m'appelle. Alright, second form, tu t'appelles. Okay, remember, final S not pronounced. Tu t'appelles. Okay, then il s'appelle. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. And then the funny thing for nous or vous, you'll see that, well, basically we repeat it, or repeat, it's just a pronoun. So we call ourselves if you want, okay, but then we put the pronouns before the verb. Okay, nous appelons. And then little link would be perfect, so let's pronounce the whole thing again. Nous appelons. Nous appelons. Okay, final S doesn't exist. Nous appelons. Okay, then vous vous appelez. Vous vous appelez. Okay, so you can hear we put the little link again here. Vous vous appelez. Alright, and the last one, il s'appelle, elle s'appelle. Okay, so one thing that you should remember, and probably you did here. Okay, so here for nous and vous, so we've got only one L, like here in the infinitive form. So that's the reason why I've been pronouncing appelons. Okay, and then appeler. Alright, but for je, so if you can spot it here, look, we've got double L here, double L, and then for the plural form double L. So when you get this e vowel and then you get a double consonant, and well, they are the same, then it does change the pronunciation of e. You tend to pronounce it like really open. That's the reason why you pronounce it appel, appel. Okay, appel, 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 and appel. Alright, so as I said, that's the tricky thing with French language. I mean, you write them like here without S, here with S, and here with E and T, you pronounce them the same way. Je m'appelle, tu t'appelles, il, elle s'appelle, il, elle s'appelle. Okay? Alright. And now a few examples. Comment vous vous appelez? Okay, so comment vous vous appelez? So when you want to know the name of someone, you know. Comment vous vous appelez? Answer, je m'appelle Vincent. Et vous? Okay, so I am Vincent. I call myself Vincent if you want. Vincent. Et vous? And you? Okay, so you want to know the name of the person who is asking this question. Okay. The other possibility that you would have, you know, so first you've been starting with comment and then vous vous appelez. Okay, so that's the, well, a common way of asking the question. All right. Other possibility would be to start with vous vous appelez. Okay, so technically you just take the verb and then you put this comment, how at the end. Okay, it would be possible as well. Okay, remember to raise your voice. Vous vous appelez comment? All right. And the last one is the more correct form. Okay, so first you should start with comment, how, and then, as in many languages, you should, well, change a little bit the order of the structure of the sentence. Okay, vous appelez-vous. Okay, that's the real correct way to ask the name of someone, you know. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, and then you raise your voice. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, so let's repeat them. Comment vous vous appelez? Vous vous appelez comment? Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, we'll discover in this lesson pour se présenter. So if you want to present yourself, okay, so it will be a really short lesson, but still quite useful. Because, well, technically you will have to present yourself at one point when you speak with French people or French-speaking people. Okay, so let's discover how it goes. The first one, well, you tend to use this appeler verb. Okay, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So you use this s'appeler verb. So I did introduce this verb in the previous lesson, so it was leçon H. Okay, so if you didn't see this lesson, I definitely invite you to watch it, because I tend to explain the reason why, you know, I've got this, well, there is this je m'appelle form. Okay, so je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So that's the first possibility you will have. The other possibility is to use this être, so to be verb. Je suis, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so the first one, je m'appelle, so basically s'appeler or je m'appelle, you could translate it directly, but, well, it's not really interesting, but still, you know, I call myself. Okay, so that's the verb we tend to use when we introduce ourselves. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, and then the second one, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And the last option we will have is mon nom, my name, mon nom is Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, first option, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Second, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Last one, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Of course, the first one is the most used. Okay, even if the verb is a bit tricky at the beginning, definitely you should work on it, and you should, well, master this s'appeler verb, because that's the one we will use when we introduce ourselves. Okay, we'll discover les articles définis, so definite articles. In English it would be the. Okay, but in French, of course, as usual, we've got the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form. Okay, and we start with the masculine form, so we've got le, okay, and then in some cases this vowel if it's close to other vowels, so if there is a word after that starting with a vowel, in some cases it will have to disappear. Okay, so you will get this L apostrophe, so that's the reason why I've been writing it here. Okay, but then the main form is le. Okay, then la, feminine form, la, same, for the same reason, you know, you will have this option L apostrophe as well. and then the plural form is les. Okay, so whereas in English you get only, there is only this the form, in French we will have the difference between the masculine form le, the feminine form la, and then the plural form les. So of course, according to the word, you will have to choose the correct article. So we'll take a few examples here. The first one is chien. Chien is a dog, and in French chien, like that, it's masculine, so le chien. So basically you just put the article le and then chien. Okay, in that case, second case, ordinateur, well, you can see that it starts with the vowel o. Okay, and as I said, you know, and o, they don't get along that well, so you get to take this away, and then you get this l'ordinateur, l'ordinateur. All right, and third example, so I took on purpose this hôtel, okay, because it starts with H, but remember that in French we don't pronounce H, okay, so basically the first sound of the word is the vowel O, okay, so for the same reason, needs to disappear. L'hôtel, okay, so if we repeat them, le chien, l'ordinateur, and then l'hôtel. Okay, feminine form, la famille. Okay, so no problem, so family, la famille. Okay, then we've got argent, money, argent, same for the same reason, so l'argent. Okay, you get to take this R away, l'argent, and same thing as previously when what we saw for the masculine part. Even if you've got this H, then the first sound you hear is A. Okay, so for the same reason you will have to take this A away, and then you get this l'habitation, l'habitation. Okay, and then I've been taking, well, basically the example from here, chien. Okay, and then I put S at the end, and it's the mark of the plural. Okay, so you put les chiens, the dogs. Okay, les chiens, and then you take famille, family. Okay, you just add this final S and you get the plural form, les familles. Okay, remember, chien, singular form, chien, same pronunciation, but you put this S. Okay, final S not pronounced. Famille, singular form, famille, plural form, same pronunciation, S not pronounced. Okay, we'll discover les articles indéfinis. So indefinite articles. So in English there is only one, and it's or un. Okay, and in French we've got always the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, as we saw in the previous lesson. Remember, for the definite articles, okay, it was the same. Okay, and in this lesson, so article indéfini, well, it's the same. We'll start with the masculine form, and the masculine form goes like that. So when you put these two letters together, it can be quite tricky to pronounce at the beginning. Of course, after that you will master it without any problem and without any doubt, but you've got to pronounce it like un. So it's what we call the nasal, so it goes in your nose. Okay, un. So if you listen to me, you don't hear any N. Okay, so it's just a combination of the two. Un, un, un. All right. Okay, so that's the masculine form. Then the feminine article is here, and it's easier because if you have this U-N-E, then you pronounce it une, une. Okay, masculine un, feminine form une, une. Okay, and then the plural form des. All right, here S, you pronounce it like e. Okay, un, une, des. All right, let's see a few examples now. Okay, here ami means friend. Okay, un ami, and then we tend to make this little link between the two. Un ami, un ami. Okay, soleil, sun, un soleil, un soleil. Livre, book, un livre, un livre. Voiture, car, féminine. Une voiture. Une voiture. École, school, feminine form as well. Une école. Une école. Décision. Une décision. Une décision. Don't ask me to translate this décision. Come on, please. Ami, so I've been taking this now. Look, ami here. So we've got the masculine form and it's the singular. Remember, if you want to put the plural form, then you just add this final S here. Okay, but then technically you pronounce it the same way. So singular form ami, plural form you add this S, but it's ami as well. Okay, in that case you get des, so here des, okay, here, and then there is this little liaison, remember, it's been introduced in a previous lesson. You put this little link between the word, des amis, des amis. Okay, I've been taking voiture here, voiture, a car, okay, just add this S at the end and then you get the plural form, des voitures. Okay, and then I've been taking back this livre, same thing, you just add S at the end, des livres. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Un, une, des. Un ami, un soleil, un livre, une voiture, une école, une décision, des amis, des voitures, des livres. Please cover together l'article interrogatif. So it's really useful, and we'll see that now. So l'article interrogatif, here you get the masculine form, and it's quel. Quel means what. Okay, so that's what you'll use when you want to ask a question with what. Okay, and you've got a good example here. So quel est votre nom de famille? What is votre, your, so the polite form of your. Nom de famille, family name, last name, okay? Quel est votre nom de famille? What is your last name? Second example, quel est votre prénom? Prénom is first name. What is votre, the polite form for your? Quel est votre prénom? What is your first name? Okay, so you can see now, more in detail, that nom, prénom are masculine words. And that's the reason why, in that case, you get to choose the article here according to the gender of the word it is connected to. Quel, masculine form, because nom is masculine. Quel, masculine form, because prénom is masculine. Okay, let's see now the feminine. And the good news is that, as usual in French, we write the thing differently, but then we can pronounce them the same way. And then the feminine form is written like that, Q-U-E-L-L-E, but it's pronounced like the masculine form. Quel at the masculine, quel at the feminine. Okay, so it's basically same pronunciation. Okay, and then here we've got two examples. So for the same reason as previously, we had this nom and then prénom. They were masculine words, so you will have to put this quel form at the masculine. And then here, nationalité and adresse, so nationality, address, are feminine words. So it does mean that you will have to use this article interrogatif, quel, at the feminine form. Quel est, what is, votre, your, nationalité. What is your nationality? Quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre adresse? What is your address? Okay. So, let's repeat them. Quel est votre nom de famille? Quel est votre prénom? Quelle est votre nationalité? Quelle est votre adresse? Okay. So, remember one thing for the phonetics, okay, the way to pronounce them. Quel, masculine form here, will be pronounced exactly as the feminine form here. Quel. So only one sound, okay? And then the second thing that you've got to remember, of course, you can, well, basically accord these articles with the word they are connected to. So it does mean that if the word is at the plural form, then you will have to put the plural form. The rule in French, if you remember correctly from the previous lessons we've been doing, is to put this final S at the end of the words to put the plural. Okay, so quel here for the masculine singular will become quel here, masculine plural. Okay, quel here, feminine singular, will become quelle with the S, feminine plural. And the good news is that you will pronounce them the same way. Alright, so quel, quelle, quel, and quelle. Okay, remember that in some cases, of course, you will have to make this little liaison, you know, this little link between the words. So if the word or the verb or whatever is coming after is starting with the vowel, of course you will have to put this little link. But then if you pronounce it, or if you pronounce them just like that, quel, 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 quel. Okay? We're going to discover together les jours et les mois. So the days and the month. Okay? Les jours et les mois. So let's see that together. And so we'll start with les jours de la semaine. Okay, semaine is week. Les jours, so you can see that it's the plural form. Huh? The days, hein? Les jours of de la semaine. Les jours de la semaine, the days of the week. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. And in France, the week starts with lundi, Monday, lundi, lundi. Okay, remember, UN is pronounced like un, lundi, lundi, lundi. Then mardi, mardi. So you can hear that you don't pronounce it that strongly, this R. Huh? Mardi, mardi, okay? You don't need to go too deep like mardi, no, no, no. You don't move your tongue, so it doesn't sound like mardi, no. It's really soft, mardi, 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 okay? The next one is mercredi, mercredi, Wednesday, mercredi, mercredi, okay? Next one, jeudi, jeudi. Remember, when you combine this u, you get the sound jeudi, jeudi. So I insist a little bit, so make it softer. Jeudi, jeudi. Then en, nasal, and it's en. So remember, vendredi, 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 vendredi. Okay. Then samedi, samedi, don't insist on the hein? Samedi, samedi, all right? And the last one, dimanche, dimanche. You get the sh, and then an, dimanche, okay? Let's see them one more time. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Normally, in France, we tend to use this le weekend. So if we're talking about the weekend, okay, but then pronounce it the French way, weekend. Le weekend, okay? But then in other French-speaking countries, they tend to use this la fin de semaine, okay? But then in most of the cases, if you talk with French people, it will be le weekend, le weekend. If you want to talk about les mois de l'année, okay, année, year, mois, month, okay, les mois de l'année. So we'll see now the first one. The first one, January, so it looks, well, it looks a bit the same. No, wow, no. But anyway, janvier, so that's the way to pronounce it. Janvier, A-N, en, okay? And then ye, janvier. Then comes février, okay? Remember when you have this accent aigu on the top of then you pronounce it e, okay? There is a lesson regarding this topic, so don't be afraid, and if you're not sure about that, well, try to practice it. Février, okay? Then mars, okay? So in a way it's an exception because normally final S is not pronounced in French, okay? We've got some exceptions, and this one is one of them. So mars, pronounce the final S, mars, okay? Then avril, nothing really tricky about this month, I mean, for the pronunciation. Avril, okay? Here, be careful because people tend to try to pronounce it, to pronounce it the English way. In French, remember, when you combine this A and then E vowels, you get the sound E. So really open E, okay? And then you pronounce it me. Okay, so don't pronounce E, don't try to pronounce it. No, it's me. So it's not my, it's me. Okay? And then here, well, it's a bit tricky, but still, IN goes like un, okay? And then you get juin. Okay, let's see them one more time. Janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin. Okay? Second round. Hop. Juillet. Okay, you get this double L here. Juillet. Don't pronounce this final T, E-T here at the end. E. Juillet. So it's July. And then here, two options, because, well, two options are acceptable in French. The first one, you don't pronounce the final T. Ou. Second one, you pronounce it. Août. Alright, so remember, first option, don't pronounce it. Ou. Second option, you pronounce it. Août. Okay? Then, well, it's quite simple normally for English-speaking persons, or then it's quite close to other languages as well. So septembre. Remember this EM en septembre. You don't insist on the final septembre. Then same thing here. Don't insist on the final octobre. Novembre. Okay, EM en novembre. And the last one, décembre. Same thing, EM en décembre. Okay, so let's repeat them. Juillet, remember this, juillet. Août, first option. Août, second option. Septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. Okay? The little gift. L'hiver, and it means winter. So I've been putting this M here just to tell you that it's masculine. L'hiver, le printemps, spring, l'été, summer. So I forgot to put it, but here I should put M because it's masculine. L'été, l'automne, l'automne. And same thing here, it should be M, automne, masculine. L'automne. Okay, so let's repeat it. L'hiver, le printemps, l'été, l'automne. And then, the last thing for this lesson, if you want to introduce the dates, okay, so if you want to tell what day it is today, so aujourd'hui means today. Aujourd'hui, today. Nous sommes, so we use the verb to be, okay, we are, nous sommes, le 8 juin 2012. Okay, so forget for the 2012, don't be afraid, we'll see that a bit later for the numbers, okay. Aujourd'hui, today, nous sommes, we are, le, you put the article, definite article, okay, and then you put the date here, okay, you start with the number, the month, and then the year, okay. Or then, second option, aujourd'hui, so it doesn't change, it's here, today, c'est, it is, this is, and then you put the date, le 8 juin 2012. Okay? Le masculin et le féminin. So let's see how we will modify some words that are masculine into a feminine form here. Because for instance, we're talking about, well, whether professions or occupations. Here, student, assistant, actor, dancer, baker, and then computer scientist. It looks quite nice in English. Informaticien is nice, but still in English. Computer scientist, it's really interesting. Okay, so the rule in French is to add a at the end of a word to put the feminine form. Okay, so for instance here we've got étudiant, and then we've got assistant here. Okay, you just take it back here, étudiant, and then you will add this e at the end without modifying the first part. Okay, so it will of course change a little bit the pronunciation, because you will pronounce it at the masculine form. Il est étudiant. Okay, A-N-T, étudiant. Okay, but then for the feminine form, elle est étudiante. Okay, t, t, t. Okay, you don't really insist on the e, but you insist quite much on the t. Elle est étudiante. Il est assistant. So don't pronounce the final t here. But for the feminine form, elle est assistante. Okay, étudiant, étudiante. Assistant, assistante. All right. Then we've got now the tricky ones. Il est acteur. Okay, so it's one of the irregular ones. EUR here, acteur, and it will become RIS. So EUR is becoming RIS. Elle est actrice. So acteur is becoming actrice. Okay, and then we've got a second group with this EUR combination. Il est danseur. EUR is becoming euse. Danseuse. Okay, danseur masculine, danseuse feminine form. Il est danseur. Elle est danseuse. Okay, then we've got this group like boulanger, boulanger, ER. So if you add this final E at the end, then you will have to put this accent here, accent grave. Remember, when you've got this E plus this accent grave, you pronounce it like E, really open E sound. Okay, so boulanger, boulanger, and then feminine form, boulangère, boulangère. Same thing, don't insist too much on the final E, boulangère. Okay, il est boulanger, elle est boulangère. All right? And the last group is IEN, informaticien, yin. So that's the way to pronounce this IEN, yin, okay? Informaticien, all right? And then, if you look carefully, then here, okay, you will have to double the N and then add this final E, okay? And you get the sound informaticienne, sienne. Remember, E and then double N, or then it could be double L or double consonant here. You open your E, so it's E, informaticienne. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit, okay, don't worry, I will pronounce it a bit more normally after. Il est informaticien, elle est informaticienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Il est étudiant, elle est étudiante. Il est assistant, elle est assistante. Il est acteur, elle est actrice. Il est danseur, elle est danseuse. Il est boulanger, elle est boulangère. Il est informaticien, elle est informaticienne. We'll work on the vowels, les voyelles, in this lesson, and then we'll see how they behave when we combine them with another letter. So the vowels that we will work on, we won't take this Y vowel on purpose, okay? So we'll focus only on A, E, I, O, U. Okay, so remember, one more time. A, E, I, O, U. Okay, remember this U is usually can be quite tricky for English-speaking persons, especially the difference between the U and the OU. Okay, but we'll see that a bit later. So if you combine this vowel A with the vowel I, okay, you will get the sound E. So really open E. Okay, and then if you combine it with the vowel U, then you will get the sound O. O. Alright, so, well, exactly the same sound as this O vowel here. So it's the same O. Okay, and then if you combine it with the letter N, in that case, you will get what we call a nasal, so it goes in your nose, and then you get the sound on. Okay, if you listen carefully, well, basically you don't listen, or you don't hear, sorry, any N in my pronunciation. On. Okay, let's see what happens with E. So E combined with the vowel I will give you the sound E. So the same sound as we had previously here. Okay, so it's the same sound, and it's E, so really open. And now if you combine it with the U, you will get the sound And if you combine it with N, then you get the sound en. So the same sound as we had when we combine N with A, okay? En. Alright, so let's see now for E. So for E, obviously, if you get two times the same letter, then it will be a bit longer, so E. Okay, same thing for U, it doesn't really happen. And then here, that's the interesting one. If you combine E with N, then you will get the sound un. Okay, in your nose, un. Alright, so let's see O now. If you combine O and E, you will get the sound wa. So make it, repeat it like that, you know, wa. And then after that, only one, wa. Okay? Then if you combine it with U, you will get the sound oo. So as I said previously, the difficulty, one of the big difficulty for English speaking persons is this difference between the oo here and the U here. U. Okay, so you'll have the time to work on that, but still it's OU in that case. If you combine it with N, then you will get the sound ON. Same thing, nasal, so in your nose, ON. ON. Alright, let's see the last one. So if you combine U and I, you get the sound UI, UI, UI. Alright, so really U, it's not OU, okay, so it's U, UI, UI. Alright, and then, well, basically it doesn't exist, this UO. And if you combine it with the N, then you get the sound un. So before we had the difference between this un here and this un here, but nowadays in France, at least, you don't make any difference between the two. Okay, so it's un here and un here. All right, so let's see them one more time. A, E, O, en, E, E, en, I, un, O, oie, ou, on, U, UI, un. We'll discover les chiffres in this lesson. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. Les chiffres. 0, 0. Okay, so remember, you get this Z and then E accent aigu, zéro. Okay, then 1. All right, so when you combine this U and N, you get the nasal sound 1, 1. 2. Final X not pronounced, okay? 2. 3. Final S not pronounced. 3. 4. 4. Okay? So remember that even if you get this U vowel here, basically you don't pronounce it, because that's the rule in French. When we get this Q letter and then a vowel after, then we will have to put this U. Okay? So you get this Q-U-A, but then the sound that you will pronounce is K. Okay? 4. 4. All right? And next, 5. 5. 5. And be careful here, because even if it's ending with this X, well, you'll have to pronounce it like S. Okay? So you get the 6 pronunciation. 6, 6. Okay, so it's not 6, it's 6. All right. Then here, remember, P is not pronounced. Okay, it doesn't exist. So you got this set sound. Set, set. Okay. Then here, final T is pronounced. So 8, 8. Remember in French, this H letter here, okay, doesn't exist phonetically, so we don't really pronounce it. Okay, so if you listen carefully, you will only listen or hear these vowels at the beginning of the word. 8, 8. Okay, and then 9, 9, 9. Okay. And we'll discover a quite useful thing, because in leçon B, if you remember carefully, I did introduce the numbers till 9, and then we'll continue, so from 10 to 20, okay? De 10 à 20. Okay, so let's start now. 10, okay, so remember, final X here is pronounced like S. 10, 10, okay? Then 11. 11. Okay, so O plus N give you the sound on, 11, 11. Okay, final E doesn't exist phonetically. 11. Okay, 12, 12. O, U, the two together will give you the sound OU. Okay, and then Z, 12, 12. All right. Then now if you combine this E and I, you get the sound E, really open. 13, 13. Final E, as usual, not pronounced. 13, 13. Okay? Then here, 14. So remember Q and U here. Well, basically you get to put this U vowel because that's the rule in French, even if you don't pronounce it. Okay, so you will get the sound K here. K. 14. 14. Okay? Same thing here. U doesn't exist, so 15. 15. 15. Alright? IN, nasal, so it's 1, 1. 15. 15. Okay? Then it continues, of course. Now you get this 16. 16. Same thing. Final doesn't exist. 16. And E together, they give you the sound really open. 16. 16. Okay? Then it becomes logical now, because if you look carefully, you've got this 10, okay? 10, and then 7. So if you remember this, it's here, it's 10, and then 7, 7. Okay, so it's clear. But then for the pronunciation, 17. Okay, so you don't insist on the s. 17, 17, 17. Okay, then 18. So you will make this little link between the two, the liaison. 18, 18, 18. Okay, then 19, 19, 19. Okay, E-U-E. 9, 9, 9, 19. And the last one, so this G letter is here, but you don't pronounce it, okay? And then final T doesn't exist phonetically either, so basically you will only need to pronounce these 3 letters. So you've got V, V, and then you've got nasal, IN, 1, 20, 20, 20, okay? Hi everyone, bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 2, leçon D. So let's see what we'll discover together in this lesson, and we'll work on les adjectifs possessifs, so really useful. Well, in French, as usual, we will have the difference between masculine form. So for the masculine form, we'll have mon, mon, ton, ton, son, son, notre, notre, votre, votre, leur, leur. Okay, so let's be clear, you know, when we talk about les adjectifs possessifs, in English it will be my, your, his, our, your, their. Okay, but then in French, well, basically we'll have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. And then keep in mind, we'll see that a bit later when I will give you some examples, that in French we don't decide whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural according to the subject, like in English, because in English you put whether the masculine or the feminine according to the subject, but we will in French put the masculine according to, or the feminine or the plural, according to the word it is connected to. Okay, so it's quite important to just remember that, because it will be really important for the decision whether you put the masculine or the feminine or the plural form. Okay, so we saw first now here the masculine form. Let's check the feminine form, and it's ma, ta, sa. Okay, so you can see well, of course differences, but then still, you know, it works like M, M, T, and then T, and S, S. Okay, so, well, mon, masculine, ma, feminine form, ton, masculine form, ta, feminine form, son, masculine form, sa, feminine form. And then the good news is that notre is the same, votre is the same, and then leur, is the same. Okay, so you don't really have a difference between these three persons. You will have to use the same adjective possessive. Okay, so the only difference is there. Mon, ton, son, ma, ta, sa. Okay, and now let's see the plural part here. Okay, so for the phonetical or pronunciation aspect of it, then remember that this es here combined will give you the sound e. Okay, so you'll pronounce it like me, me, me. Okay, te. So logical, same pronunciation here. Te, se. All right, so me, te, se. Okay, and then for the plural, nos, vos, and then leur. Okay, so remember, even if you've got this final s, you don't pronounce it, as it was the case already for this word. No, you don't pronounce the final s. Vos, you don't pronounce it. Leur. Okay, so if we say that one more time, it's me, te, se, and then nos, vos, leur. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. So for the masculine, mon père. Okay, so père means father. Okay, so father is masculine, and so you will put mon père. So you will put here the masculine adjective possessive, my father, just because father is masculine. Okay, so the subject, the person who is actually talking about his father or her father, doesn't really affect the fact that you use the masculine or the feminine here. You put the masculine because father is masculine. Okay, so vélo, bicycle. If you want to say my bicycle, you will say mon vélo. Okay, just because vélo is masculine. Un vélo, and then mon vélo. All right, let's see now a few or two examples for the feminine. Mother, mother is feminine, and then you will have ma mère. Ma mère, my mother, ma mère. Okay, here you've got voiture. Voiture means car, a car. Okay, and it's feminine, so une voiture. Same thing here, you will put the feminine form, ma voiture. Ma voiture. Okay, and let's see now for the plural. So parents, parents, mes parents. Okay, because it's the plural form here. Okay, so you get the plural form here as well. Mes parents. Okay, and then amis, friends. Okay, it's the plural form, so it's mes amis. Okay, and then let's be purist and make this beautiful liaison between these two words. Mes amis, mes amis, mes amis. All right, so I hope it's clear, because of course, as usual in French, we've got some exceptions, and the exceptions are for the feminine words, like identité, for instance. Identité, so it does mean identity. Okay, if you look carefully at this word, you can notice that it is starting with a vowel, so I in that case. Okay, and then for aesthetical reasons, we think that ma identité, so the way that normally you should put the feminine form, so ma identité, doesn't sound nice. So for that reason, we put the masculine adjective possessive. So remember, with the words, feminine words that start with a vowel like I here, identité, you will have to use les adjectifs possessifs masculin, so the masculine form. So it goes like mon identité, so my identity, mon identité, mon identité. Okay, another example, adresse, so same thing here, adresse is a feminine word, but then it starts with a, okay, same thing, you will have to use adjectif possessif masculin, mon adresse, my address, mon adresse, mon adresse. Okay, you can hear now this little link, so you get to pronounce this N. Mon adresse, mon adresse. Okay, and the last one I took, same thing, opposition, opposition. Well, basically feminine, but then it starts with the O. Mon opposition, mon opposition. You make this link. Huh? Mon opposition, mon opposition. So let's repeat it one more time. Mon identité, mon adresse, mon opposition. Okay? I hope everything was okay with you. So it was leçon D. Okay, so remember to check for the next lesson and the previous lessons there, here, and then you get, of course, more material at the following website, www.imagier.net. Okay, bye-bye. Work on les pronoms toniques. So they're useful, and normally we tend to introduce them quite fast in French because you will have to use them. Les pronoms toniques. So if you remember, we saw les pronoms personnels like je, I, tu, you, etc., etc. Okay, but then in that case, when you want to use this pronom tonique, normally you want to insist. Okay, and then you want to use this moi form. So moi is me. So that's the main difference between moi, me, and then je, I. Because je, normally you will use that to construct a sentence as a subject. Okay, normally this moi is not a subject, so it's not possible to put that right before a verb. It would be a mistake. Okay, moi, so it's me, moi. So remember, this OI combination give you the sound wa wa wa, moi. Okay, and then you get toi, toi. For the masculine form, we get lui, lui, lui. Okay, and for the feminine form, we've got elle, elle. So you can notice that, well, basically for the masculine, it does change because pronom personnel is il, okay, and in that case, pronom tonique is lui, all right. But then for the feminine form, it's the same, so it's elle, okay. And then, good news, same thing for the plural, nous, vous, okay, so they don't change. You get nous, and then you get vous, as for the pronom personnel. And same thing here for the plural form, third person of the plural. So the masculine form will change, and you get the sound remember, final X not pronounced, and then plural, elle, elle. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Okay, so I did prepare a few examples. So the first one, moi, j'aime le tennis. Okay, so here you can see that you start the sentence with moi, okay, so me, okay, and then you have to put pronom personnel, je. Okay, so in that case you take the away because the verb is starting with a vowel, okay? But then j'aime. So this j'aime form, I like, or then I love. Okay? Le tennis. Moi, j'aime le tennis. So basically if you start with moi here, you want to insist on the fact that you really like or you really love tennis. Okay, let's see the second example. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay, préférer, to prefer, obviously. Okay, toi, tu préfères le golf. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay, and then here, so we've got here the masculine form. And here we've got the feminine form, so let's see the masculine form first. Lui, il adore le foot. Lui, il adore le foot. Okay, so here, lui, pronom tonique, and then il, pronom personnel, adorer, to adore, le foot. We're talking about football here, okay? Elle déteste, détester means to hate, okay? Le basket, and we're talking about basketball here. Basket, okay? Elle déteste le basket, okay? So even if you see them twice, I mean, you've got this elle, okay? Then remember that in that case, basically you want to insist, really, so you put first pronom tonique. It does look the same as pronom personnel here, but still, you get two different pronouns here. Pronom tonique and then pronom personnel. Elle déteste le basket. Okay? Same thing here. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Okay? So the difference between aimer here, like I love, okay, and aimer bien, normally when you put this bien after aimer, well, it's because you want to insist on the fact that you like, you don't love something, you like it. Okay? Nous aimons bien la boxe. All right? Next example. Vous détestez la natation. Vous détestez la natation. Natation is coming from nager to swim, okay? And then natation is the substantive form. Vous détestez la natation. And then the two last examples. So first the masculine here, and then the feminine here. So let's see the masculine form. Eux, so if you remember, it was eux, pronom tonique. Ils préfèrent, so préférer, to prefer, and then you can see that it's here, the plural form. Ils préfèrent la marche. La marche is coming from the verb marcher, marcher to walk, okay? La marche. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. And then the feminine example. Elles adorent le jogging. Elles adorent le jogging. Okay? Let's read them one more time. Moi, j'aime le tennis. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Lui, il adore le foot. Elle déteste le basket. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Vous détestez la natation. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. Elles adorent le jogging. Work on the questions, so les questions, and especially the little words that you will have to use or to put at the beginning of your questions. And the first example that we can see is quand. Quand means when, okay? So let's see two examples. So if you start a question with quand, like in the first example here, quand arrivez-vous, okay? Arriver is to arrive, okay? So vous, second person of the plural, you can use that for a group of person, or then you can use that for one person, and that's the polite way to use. Quand arrivez-vous? And now you can see that we've been changing the order. So normally, of course, the subject is before the verb, okay? But then the correct way to make a question, if you start with this quand, is to change the order. So first you put the verb, then you put this pronom personnel. Okay? Quand arrivez-vous? Alright? And then the rule is like in French, you get to raise a little bit your voice at the end of a question. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? Okay? Make this little link between the two. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? All right. And then, well, when we talk, then we normally have this option to drop this rule. So not to use this rule, so just to put the first, the verb, and then the subject after. And we tend to add this est-ce que form here, est-ce que, okay? So, and you'll get this question. So, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? It is exactly the same question. Okay, it is quite long if you compare it to the first one. It is more spoken. Okay, it is less formal, and that's normally what you'll hear if you talk with French people. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Okay, and then here you see that because you've been using this est-ce que form, then you keep the normal order. So first the subject, vous, and then the verb. Okay, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? All right, and then don't be afraid to raise your voice a little bit at the end. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? You see, so it's not really the opera. You don't need to go really high, you know, but it's just a little bit. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? That's it. And the next one is où. Où means where. Where. Okay, so quand, when, remember, où, where. Two examples. Same rule, okay, so the formal or the classic way if you want to ask a question with où would be to change the order, so first the verb, then the subject here. Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? Where do you live? Habiter is to live. So you live like if you're talking about the place where you are living, okay? Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? And then same possibility, you just add this est-ce que, and then you keep the normal order of the sentence, so subject and verb. Où est-ce que vous habitez? Où est-ce que vous habitez? All right. Next. Pourquoi? Pourquoi is very useful because it's why. Okay, so remember, quand, when, où, where, pourquoi, why. Same thing here, okay, pourquoi, you should change the order. Okay, so first the verb and then the subject. That's the correct or formal or classic way of asking a question. Pourquoi venez-vous? Venir is to come. So why do you come? Pourquoi venez-vous? Pourquoi venez-vous? All right. Same rule here. If you want to add this est-ce que, then you just keep the classic order like subject and verb. Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Okay. And then comment is how. How. Comment venez-vous? How do you come? Comment venez-vous? Comment venez-vous? Comment est-ce que vous venez? Comment est-ce que vous venez? And then the last one. Combien? How much, how many? So in French we use this combien, how much or how many. Combien de sucre? Sucre means sugar. And then voulez-vous? Okay, vouloir, to want. Okay, so how many sugar do you want? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? And then same thing here, just add this est-ce que. Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? All right. Discover together le verbe faire, so the verb to do. Okay, so faire is really useful because we tend to use it quite much in French. Okay, so it's, well, usually quite important to discover this verb at the right beginning. So the verbe faire. Je fais. Je fais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je fais. Tu fais. Same rule here, final S not pronounced. Tu fais. Il, masculin, and then elle, féminin, fait. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, fait. So if we take 1 second, actually you can see that here, here, and here, you've got the same phonetical form, so the same form that you will pronounce. Okay, so you get je fais, tu fais, il fait, and then elle fait. It's the same. Okay? Then nous. So it's quite strange because French people tend to pronounce faisons. Okay? So like here, this AE is not pronounced like normally we should pronounce it like E, but then like okay? Nous faisons. Nous faisons. Okay? And then this one is a bit tricky, so you will have to remember that. And it's quite funny because many French people tend to make the mistake and tend to say vous faisiez, okay? But then no. It's vous faites. Vous faites. Okay? So remember, final S here is not pronounced, and then this is not pronounced either. So faites, faites. Vous faites. And ils, plural, font, final T not pronounced, font, elles font. Okay, so I will repeat the whole thing one more time. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font, elles font. We'll discover la forme négative. So if you want to say that you are not blah 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 doing something, or so the negative form in French. And so the negative form in French is composed of two elements. The first one is ne, and then you get your verb, and right after your verb you will have to put this pas. Okay, so first ne, then the verb, and after that, pas. Okay, we write it PAS, okay, but as usual, final S is not pronounced, so it's pas. Okay, remember one thing, in some cases, we will have verbs starting whether with a vowel or then with H, plus a vowel, and in French, H is not pronounced, okay, so for these verbs, will have to disappear, and it will be written like that. N. Okay, then will come the verb, and after that, doesn't change, it will be pas. Alright, so let's see a few examples now. So for ne pas, so if you get a sentence like il parle avec moi. So il parle, he is talking, avec, with, moi, me. Okay, remember this moi, we introduced that in this unit, and it was a pronom tonique. Okay, il parle avec moi. So if you want to put the negative form of this sentence, so remember, first part ne, so before the verb, then you put your verb, parle, basically you don't change it, just put it there, parle, and after that you put the second part, pas. Okay, then you get the sentence, il ne parle pas avec moi. And that's it. You've got your negative sentence here. Okay, let's see now how it will go with N apostrophe pas. Okay, so nous allons en France. Okay, so in that case, if you look, you've got the verb aller. Aller means to go. Okay, nous allons, we are going. Okay, en France, to France. Here, first letter is A. Okay, remember the rule. If it's not with a vowel, like here it is the case, you will have to drop and take away this E form. So that's the reason why we've got this N apostrophe like that. N'allons. Nous n'allons. And then you don't really need to think. You just put this pas after the verb, en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. And that's it. Okay, second example here, it's with the verb habiter. Habiter is to live, you know, when you introduce the place where you live. Okay, and then here I took this example or this verb just because, of course, it's starting with H, but as I said, you don't pronounce it, so the first sound you hear here is the vowel. And that's enough just to drop and to take away this E. So you will basically make it like in this example, you will put this N apostrophe. Elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. So elle habite, she lives or she is living, in this house. Elle habite dans cette maison, and then negative form. Elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. This lesson will work on les adjectifs démonstratifs. So les adjectifs démonstratifs, in English it would be this or these, okay? But then as usual in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay? So we'll see that. So for the masculine form, it will be ce, and then it will be cette, okay? So as usual in French, remember, it can be tricky if a letter, an adjective like that, for instance, is ending, or it could be an article, is ending with a, okay? Just because for some words starting with a vowel or with h plus a vowel, then we will have to modify it, okay? And that's the reason why here we've got cette, okay? But then it's still the masculine form, ce, cette. For the feminine it will be cette, so only one, cette. And then for the plural form it will be c'est. Okay, so let's see that again, ce, or then cette, féminin cette. So you can notice that phonetically these two are pronounced the same way, okay? Cette here and then cette here. And for the plural, c'est, really open this, c'est, okay? So let's see a few examples now. The first one, so I did take this train is train, okay? So it's masculine, so it starts with T, so no problem. You will put this ce train, okay? It would be translated like this train, ce train, okay? Here you've got ordinateur. So ordinateur, a computer, okay? And it's masculine, un ordinateur, okay? But if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay? So vowel, and then you will have to take this cette form, so the masculine form, but the one that we'll use with the words that start with vowels, or then H plus voyelle, okay? So, cet ordinateur, this computer, cet ordinateur, okay? And then here, we've got the word homme, man, okay? But then it starts with H, as in French, H is not pronounced, so the first sound that we hear is O, okay? And then it will follow the same rule. You'll have to use the masculine adjective démonstratif, but this form, cet homme, all right? Femme, woman, cette femme, this woman, cette femme, okay? And then the last one, personne, persons, pluriel, ces personnes, okay? So let's repeat them one more time. Ce train, cet ordinateur, cet homme, cette femme, ces personnes. In this lesson, and we'll work on the way to conjugate les verbes réguliers, so the regular verbs of the first group, okay, and then with er, so let's start now. So let's take an example. The example is parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, and then if you have a look at it like that, you can basically divide this verb in two parts. The first part, parle, and then second part, er, so it does mean that this verb ending with er is belonging to the first group of verbs. In French we've got three groups, okay, the two first are regular, and the last one, the third one, is irregular. So this is one verb ending with er. It does mean that it belongs to the first group, and it won't be tricky or so difficult to conjugate. So we'll see together how to conjugate this verb. The first person, like je here, so you will put this parle again, so remember, and after that you just put the ending e, and then the way to pronounce it is je parle, parle. So remember, we put it, okay, but then we don't really pronounce it. Je parle, okay? Then for tu, you will have to put es. Okay? Phonetically, tu parles. So you've got the two first forms, you pronounce them the same way. You write them differently, of course, because you've got here, and then you've got and s, okay? But then phonetically, they are the same. Je parle, tu parles. Okay, so let's see what you'll get for il and elle. And well, as you see, you've got il parle, elle parle. So it's the same form here. So if you really want to only speak and only use orally the language, well, it's quite easy to conjugate these verbs. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle. Okay, for nous, okay, we'll have, well, let's say the classical ending for nous, and it will be ons. Classical because you will see that with the other groups as well, it's quite common to have this ons for nous. Okay, nous parlons. Okay, remember final s is not pronounced. Okay, and then this on together, they will give you the sound on. Okay, nous parlons, nous parlons. All right, let's see now for vous, vous parlez. Okay, remember a z, when you combine them together, you get the sound e. Vous parlez. All right, and the last one. So even if you've got this ent, well, don't hate me, but you won't pronounce these letters. Okay, you have to write them for the plural form, but you don't pronounce them. So you get il parle, elle parle. So the good news is that you've got here je parle, tu parles, il, elle parle, and then if you check it here, il, elle parle. So it's the same phonetical pronunciation or phonetical form, sorry. Okay? And then you've got nous parlons and then vous parlez. All right? So here, remember the endings. You will have to write them, okay? All right, so we'll take another example. Regarder is to watch, okay? So you can see that the verb is ending with er, okay? So you just take this er away, and then you keep this radical form, like we say in French, only this form, okay? So you will get je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, elle regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde, elle regarde. Okay, so one more time here. Regarde, 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 and then regarde. So phonetically, only one form here. And then regardons, regardez. All right? Remember that even if this beautiful verb aller, that we tend to use quite often because it means to go, okay, even if it ends with er, it is not regular at all. In this lesson, we will count together, yeah, so from 20 to 50, de 20 à 50. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. 20, 21, okay, so remember to make this little link, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, so remember it's ending with X, but then we pronounce it S, 26, 27, remember set, it was this P disappear, you don't pronounce it, 27, 28, so here you make the liaison, 28, 28, 29, 29, 29. Then here, remember this en, 30, 30, 30. Okay, don't insist on the it doesn't exist here. 30. 31, 31, 31. 32, 32. 33, 33. Remember, final S doesn't exist. 33. 34, 34, 34. Remember, in French, the rule is that if you start with, well, if you get this combination Q, U, A, well, you will pronounce it K, K. Same thing for the other vowels, okay? So because that's the rule. After Q, normally we put U and then another vowel, but then this U, well, basically it's not pronounced, okay? So K, 4, 34, 35, 35, 36, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40. Okay, so same rule as previously, as for 4, okay? 40, 40, okay? 41, 41, 42, 42, 43, 43, 44, 44, 45, 45, 46, 46, 47, 47, 48, 48, 49, 49, 50, 50. Same thing here, okay? Remember that you get this QU, but then you don't pronounce the U. And then you get the nasal, un, and then en. 50, 50. Okay? We'll discover together le verbe venir. Venir means to come, okay? To come, so it's quite useful. And then you will have to use it quite often in French. So let's see how you conjugate this verb at the present form, okay? Because this verb is not regular, just wanted to tell you first, okay? So, the first form is je viens. Je viens, okay? Remember this I, viens, viens, and then this nasal. Final S not pronounced. Je viens. Tu viens. So it's the same form, okay? Tu viens. Il, elle, vient. Final T not pronounced. Il vient, elle vient. So if we take 1 second just to have a look at the je, tu, il, elle forms, they are phonetically the same. Vient, vient, vient. Okay? You write the S, S, T, but then you pronounce these forms the same way. Okay? For nous it will be different because nous is here. Nous venons, okay, O-N-S, classical ending for nous, okay, final S not pronounced, so O-N, on, venons, venons, nous venons, nous venons, okay, and then vous venez, remember a Z combined like that, et, venez, venez, vous venez, okay. And then the last form, so remember here, it's quite interesting because we've got this a vowel here, and then we've got a double N after, okay? And the rule in French is that when you get this and a double vowel after, you will have to pronounce this like all right? So, Vienne, 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 okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? E-N-T, you don't pronounce them. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? This lesson will work on vocabulary and then the vocabulary connected to la famille, so the family, la famille. And then we'll start with the grandparents. Les grands-parents. Les grands-parents. Remember, you don't pronounce this final S here. Grands-parents, okay? So, le grand-père, grandfather. Le grand-père. Remember, accent grave like that. It's this open père. Le grand-père. Le grand-père. And then the feminine form, grandmother, la grand-mère. La grand-mère. Okay, so les grands-parents, le grand-père, la grand-mère. Okay, so let's see now the parents. Les parents, le père, the father, le père, la mère, the mother, la mère. Okay, so les parents, the parents, le père, la mère. Alright? So till now, I think that it's not really difficult to remember. Okay? Let's see now. Les enfants. Okay? So first, I don't make the liaison. Les enfants, just for you to see that we've got this en, and then we've got this en as well. Same pronunciation here. Enfant. Don't pronounce the T, you don't pronounce the S. Enfant, okay? And now we can focus on the liaison here. So you should make the little link. Les enfants. Les enfants. Okay? Enfants, children. Les enfants, the children. So let's see. It will be the masculine form, so the son, okay? So it's le, and then even if you've got this L, well, basically you don't pronounce it, and then strangely you pronounce the final S. Le fils. Le fils. Le fils. Le fils. And then the feminine form, the daughter, la fille. Yeah. Okay, so this L here and E will give you the sound Y. La fille. La fille. Okay, so make the difference between the masculine form, le fils, and then the feminine form, la fille. Okay, so les enfants, le fils, la fille. Okay, and then the grandchildren, but then in French we use the petit. Petit is like small. Okay, so les petits enfants. Make this liaison here. Petits enfants. Okay, les petits enfants. Les petits enfants. So grandson would be in French petit-fils, okay? So le petit-fils, le petit-fils, and then the feminine form, la petite. So I insist because here it's t, okay? So really you need to make the difference between the masculine form petit and then the feminine form petite, okay? So la petite fille. La petite fille. So let's repeat them. Les petits enfants, le petit-fils, la petite fille. Okay? And then, when you're talking about your in-law family, well, in French we use this beau and belle, so it's beautiful, okay? So the beautiful family, you're talking about your in-laws, okay? So la belle famille, la belle famille. Remember, I-L-L-E-I, la belle famille, okay? So père, okay, father, so father-in-law, okay, in French it's le beau-père, the beautiful father. Le beau-père. So remember this E, A, U combination of vowels only give you the sound O, beau, beau, okay? Le beau-père. Mother-in-law, la belle-mère, la belle-mère, la belle-mère, okay? So let's see them one more time. La belle-famille, le beau-père, la belle-mère, all right? And then brother-in-law, le beau-frère, le beau-frère, le beau-frère. So frère is brother, okay? And then feminine form, here you get sœur, okay? So sister-in-law, la belle, so we put the belle form here because it's the feminine form, sœur, la belle-sœur, la belle-sœur. And in this lesson we'll discover the questions in which you will find qui, que, or then quoi, okay? So let's discover now qui, okay? Qui means who, okay? So if you want to ask a question regarding someone, like in these two examples, so the first one, who is he? Qui est-il, okay? So remember the normal way when we start a question with qui, or then as we saw in the previous lessons, okay, you will have to change the order and to put your subject, il, he, here, after the verb. Qui est-il? And then you make the liaison. Qui est-il? Who is he? Qui est-il? Qui est-il? Or then, let's see a little example here. Qui vient? Vient is venir. Vient is venir, yeah, is to come, sorry. So, qui vient, who is coming, avec toi, with you, ce soir, this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? So, he's coming with you this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? If you pronounce them normally, remember that you will have to raise your voice a little bit at the end of the question. So let's pronounce them the normal way. Qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? Second one is que. So qui, who, que, what. What, okay? And then we'll see two examples here. Que fais-tu? Okay? Fais is coming from faire. Faire means to do. Okay? Que fais-tu? So what are you doing? What do you do? Okay? Que fais-tu? Same thing here, remember, que. So you start a question with que, then you get to change the order. You get to put the subject after the verb, okay? Que fais-tu? And it's a question. Que fais-tu? Que fais-tu? Okay? And here, que veux-tu? So veux is coming from vouloir, vouloir to want. Que veux-tu? What do you want? Okay? Que veux-tu? Regarder, regarder is to watch. À la télévision, well, at the television. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? So let's read it normally now. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Okay, so you can hear that I've been raising a little bit my voice at the end. And then the other option is quoi. So quoi means what as well. So you will tell me, oh, you get two what here, you get que and quoi. Yeah, for a good reason. Look at that. Well, tu fais quoi? So I've been just taking the same question as we had here, this que fais-tu? What do you do? What are you doing? Okay, but then if you're using this quoi, then it does mean that you don't start the question with it. You just put it here, for example, at the end. Okay, tu fais quoi? It is exactly the same meaning as this question, okay, but then you can see that you just keep the normal order of the sentence, subject, verb, okay? In that case, you definitely need to raise your voice at the end, okay? Tu fais quoi? Tu fais quoi? And then I took the same example as we had here, okay? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision, okay? So let's raise the voice at the end to make it clear that it's a question. Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Okay, so let's repeat. Qui, who, qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Que, what? But you start the question with it. Que fais-tu? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? And then quoi? You don't start the question and it means what? Tu fais quoi? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? In this lesson, we'll just focus on the short thing but quite useful, les présentations. Okay, so the first thing, when you meet someone and you want to know the name of this person, well, that's the common question or the normal question that you will have to use. Comment, so how, vous appelez-vous? Okay, we've been seeing in Unit 1, if my memory is correct, the verb s'appeler, so to call oneself. Okay, when you introduce yourself, you use this s'appeler verb. Okay, so that's the reason why it will look this way. Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay, so comment vous appelez-vous? So what's your name? How are you calling yourself? If you want a direct translation, but it sounds a bit strange in English, but then that's the question. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right. The other possibility that we've got is to keep the normal order. So vous vous appelez, and then we put this comment thing at the end of the question. Okay. So in that case, remember to raise your voice at the end. Vous vous appelez comment? Vous vous appelez comment? Okay. So it is exactly the same question, okay? It is a bit less formal, this second option, okay? Because the first one is the classic option that we've got. We start with how, and then we change the order, we put the subject after the verb, okay? But then it is, more, I mean, completely correct to ask a question like that. Vous vous appelez comment, okay? And then the other possibility would be, quel est votre nom? What is your, votre nom, name. What is your name? Quel est votre nom? Quel est votre nom? Raise a little bit. Quel est votre nom? Okay, so let's see them one more time. Comment vous appelez-vous? Vous vous appelez comment? Quel est votre nom? All right. In the first example, we've been using this vous form, so the polite form that normally we should use when we meet a person for the first time, okay? But then let's be frank, that if you're young and if you're meeting other young persons, then you can use this tu form, so the less formal way, okay? So the question will look like that. Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Okay? Or then same option that we've got. Tu t'appelles comment? So you put this comment at the end, okay? Don't forget to raise your voice because it's a beautiful question here. Tu t'appelles comment? Tu t'appelles comment? And then, quel est ton nom? What is your name? Quel est ton nom? Or other options. So I've been putting this option for this tu, okay, you, the less formal one, and not for the vous, because it is quite spoken this way. C'est quoi ton nom? Well, if you want to translate it directly, it's what your name, okay? It looks really, or it sounds really strange in English, but still it's possible in French. It is not formal at all, of course, okay? So don't use that if it's quite important or if the situation is quite formal, okay? C'est quoi ton nom? C'est quoi ton nom? Okay, and then if you want to, well, present yourself, then remember we're using this appeler, s'appeler, okay, to call oneself, okay. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, I call myself Vincent Lefrançois. All right, but then that's the way we use to present ourselves. okay? Other option would be to use, not to use this s'appeler to call oneself, but to use to be, which is totally possible. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. I am, okay? Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And then, third option, mon nom, my name, okay? Mon nom is, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. This lesson will discover la situation de famille. So if you want to say what is your situation, your personal situation, then that's the correct lesson to watch now. Let's start. Je suis célibataire. So I know that many of you will laugh when they will see this beautiful célibataire word. It doesn't have any other indication but the fact that you are single. Okay, so if you want to say that you are single, whether it's the masculine form or the feminine form, it will be like that. Je suis célibataire. I am single. Okay, second option. J'ai un copain. Okay, boyfriend would be copain, okay, and then it's the feminine form here, girlfriend, copine. J'ai, so j'ai, I have, okay, j'ai un copain. I have a boyfriend. J'ai un copain. Féminin, j'ai une copine. I have a girlfriend. J'ai une copine. Okay, so if you're in couple, en couple, je suis, I am, je suis en couple. Je suis en couple. So here you want to indicate that you are living with someone, but then you are not married, okay? Je suis en couple. You can make the liaison here. Je suis en couple, okay? And then fiancé, engaged, all right? And then here you've got the masculine form. I've been putting here the feminine form. All right, so you this lesson we'll see how to conjugate the verbs ending with IR. So not all the IR verbs are belonging to the second group, but some of them, and then we'll see how to conjugate them at the present form. Okay, so we'll take an example. The example is finir. So finir means to finish. okay, and then you can see that it's ending with IR, alright, so we'll do it like that. We'll divide it in two, so FEN, and then we take away this IR ending, alright, and we'll just keep this form here, FEN, to construct the present. So you take it and you put it here, and after that you will add this ending. So for je it will be IS. Je finis. Remember, final S is not pronounced. Je finis. Okay? Tu finis. So ES as well, like we had for je. So same way to pronounce it as well. You don't pronounce the final S. Tu finis. Il, elle, finit. So IT, final T not pronounced. Il, elle, finit. So, je finis, tu finis, il finit. Phonetically, it's exactly the same form for these persons. Okay, so it's quite good if you want only to talk and not to write. So just focus on this fini form. You know that it's for je, tu, and il, elle. Okay, but then for nous, so have a look. Nous finissons. Okay, I-S-S-O-N-S. Issons. Nous finissons. Finissons. Okay, final S not pronounced. Nous finissons. Vous finissez. Vous finissez. Okay, EZ at the end gives you the sound E. Okay, finissez, finissez. Vous finissez. Ils finissent. So remember, as usual, when we've got the verbs E-N-T not pronounced. Ils finissent. Elles finissent. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Je finis. Tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finissons, vous finissez, ils finissent, elles finissent. Alright, let's take another example. Unir, to unite. Okay, same rule, we just keep this UN and then you spot the ending, you take it away, and you will keep the UN to construct. So, j'unis, same way. Tu unis, il unit, elle unit, nous unissons, vous unissez, ils unissent, elles unissent. Okay, so it's the same, exactly the same. So same group, same way to conjugate it. Okay, let's take choisir, third example. You spot it, ending with er here. Choisir means to choose. Okay. Then, same way. Je choisis, tu choisis, il choisit, elle choisit, nous choisissons, vous choisissez, ils choisissent, elles choisissent. Then we'll discover together, well, the plural form, how to construct or how to make a plural form. So it's le pluriel en français. So let's start now. So we'll take this example, okay, basic example. A friend, un ami, okay, un ami. Okay, so here you can see that we've got this article indéfini, un, at the masculine form, singular form, and then we've got ami, friend, like that, at the singular form as well. So if we want to construct the plural form, well, obviously the article will change. Okay, we saw previously that the plural article was des in that case, and then we keep the same word, so ami, and the rule goes like that. You get to add at the end of the word s. Okay, in that case, and as in most of the cases, you won't pronounce it, but you will have to put it. Okay, and so you've got des amis. Okay, and if you make the liaison, so the link between the two, you will get des amis. Okay, des amis. So ami, remember, doesn't change. Even if you get to write the S, then you don't pronounce it. Okay, and now let's see a few examples. so this one, une femme, une femme. Okay, so if we think about the rule that we saw previously, then une is changing and then the article become des. Okay, femme, you write it like it was at the singular form, and then you just add this s at the end, and as we said, you don't pronounce it, so you get des femmes. Okay, des femmes. So une femme, singular, and then des femmes, right? And then un homme, if we make this little link between the two, un homme, un homme, un homme, and then we'll put this word at the plural form. So same thing here, so this article indéfini un is becoming des in that case, and then you rewrite the word homme, and after that you just put the s at the end. You don't pronounce it, so you get des hommes, des hommes, des hommes. Okay, un homme, singular form, des hommes, plural form. Okay, and then I took well, this example with this article défini le. Okay, so le livre, le livre. Okay, if you want to put the plural form, then the article here becomes les, so that's the plural form. Okay, les, and then same rule, you just write livre, and then you put s at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Les livres, le livre, les livres. So it's quite interesting in this example here, because if you listen carefully, le livre, les livres, so the only way to know whether it's singular or plural is to pronounce correctly the article, in that case le, and here les. So it's really this le, and then les, that will make the difference between the singular form and the plural form. Okay, as usual in French we've got exceptions. So you get words that will end with this a, u, combination of vowels, like for instance une, o. So remember, when you get these vowels like that, then you get only the sound o. Okay, une, o. So in that case, well, you won't add the s as like we saw previously, but then it will be, the rule is that you get to put x here at the end, but then same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des eaux. Okay, une eau, des eaux. All right. Second group, words ending with a, u. Here is an example. Un tuyau. Okay, same rule here, you won't add s at the end, but instead of s you will put x. Okay, des tuyaux. Same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des tuyaux. Okay, un tuyau, des tuyaux. So the only difference will be with the article, because the word will be pronounced the same way. And then the last group is the words ending with e, u, e. So let's take one example. Un feu, and basically the same rule. You don't put s, but you will put x instead, and then you don't pronounce it. Des feux, un feu, des feux. Okay, there is another group of words. So because normally the words ending with the ou, like that here, ou, and then the sound is ou. Okay, normally these words just behave like the others, so you just need to put s at the end. But of course, as usual in French, we've got few exceptions. So I've been listing all the exceptions of the ou ending, words that will, well, like we saw previously, not take s, but then take x at the end, okay? But still, as usual, it's not pronounced, so it doesn't really affect the pronunciation, but it's just for you if you want to write them correctly at the plural form. Remember, it's not S, but it's X. Okay, so the first one, un bijou. Okay, so I did put the translation here. Pluriel, des bijoux. Okay, then un caillou, plural, des cailloux. Okay, remember, you don't pronounce it, the final X. Then un chou. Okay, remember, when you combine this C and H, you get the sound sh, sh, sh. Chou, un chou, pluriel, des choux. Okay. Un genou, des genoux. Un hibou, des hiboux. Des hiboux. Un joujou, des joujous. Des joujous. Un pou, des poux. Des poux. Okay, so the good thing, if you remember carefully what I've been introducing so far, is that the main group of words are actually, you only need to add S at the end, and then you, well, basically you don't pronounce the S. Or then the exceptions, you will, like these ones here, you will have to add this X at the end, but still you won't pronounce the X. Okay, but still, as usual, we've got exceptions. So a few exceptions, not that much, but then these exceptions are really strange, because it does mean that the pronunciation will change. Okay, so we'll take this one, un bœuf, and then at the plural, well, you just write it like we saw previously, so you just add this S, but then pronunciation changes quite much, because you get des bœufs, alright, un bœuf, des bœufs, alright, then un œuf, des œufs. Okay, and we'll make the liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Des œufs, alright, un œuf, des œufs. And then the last one, this is probably the most strange one, un œil, des yeux, okay, don't pronounce the final X as usual, des yeux, alright. Let's cover together le verbe pouvoir. Pouvoir means to can, okay, so it's quite useful. And then we'll discover it because, well, it's not a regular verb, so it's always quite interesting to take a few minutes to really work on it and try to remember the way it is conjugated at the present form. Okay, so the first form that we'll have is je, as usual. So je peux. Okay, final X not pronounced here. Okay, so you get X but you don't pronounce it. So basically you get the sound peut, je peux. Okay, so I can, je peux. Okay, then tu peux. Same pronunciation and same spelling or writing. Okay, P-E-U-X. Okay, you don't pronounce the final X. Tu peux. Okay, je peux, tu peux. Then il, elle peut. So you will put T at the end, you don't pronounce it. Il peut, elle peut. Okay, so if you look carefully, you've got peut here, you've got peut here, and you get peut here, okay? So for the 3 first, or 4, because there is the feminine form as well, for the four first persons here, well, it's the same phonetical form. It's peut, okay? And then nous, so classic ending for nous, this ONS ending for nous, okay? Nous pouvons, okay? You don't pronounce the final S. Nous pouvons. Then vous pouvez, okay? Classic ending as well for the vous form. A Z like that, okay? Remember you pronounce it E, okay? Vous pouvez, vous pouvez. And then plural form, ils, elles peuvent, ils, elles peuvent. Okay, so be careful, because as you can see, you've got this EU here, EU here, EU here, and then it's coming back here as well. Okay, so the only OU that does connect to the infinitive here, pouvoir, it's only for nous and vous. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, elle peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent, elles peuvent. Okay, as usual, this ending, this ENT ending, you write it, you don't pronounce it. Okay, peuvent, peuvent, peuvent. Okay, so it's really useful. You should really, I mean, definitely know it by heart. Okay, so try your best. Well, watch again this video if you need it, and then I hope it will enter in your head quite easily. Okay, let's see some example now. Je peux chanter. Okay, je peux chanter. So you can see that in that case, when you construct a verb, or sorry, you construct a sentence with the verb pouvoir, here you've got a second verb, chanter, and it means to sing. Okay, so I can sing. Well, you should all the time put the second verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so when we talk about the infinitive form, normally it's the basic form of the verb. Okay, je peux chanter. Another example, tu peux partir. Partir is to leave. You can leave. Tu peux partir. All right, same thing here. Okay, second verb, well, basically coming right after, of course, and then at the infinitive form. All right. Elle peut dessiner. Dessiner is to draw. Elle peut dessiner. She can draw. Okay. Elle peut dessiner. And in this lesson, we will try to focus on le verbe devoir. Devoir means to must. Okay, so it's quite useful. And especially it's not a regular verb, so it's always good to spend a few minutes on the conjugation at the present of this verb. Okay, so let's start now. Let's see, so le verbe devoir, to must, at the present form. Je dois. Okay, remember final S is not pronounced. Je dois. OE, when you combine the two, you get the sound wa wa wa. Je dois. Okay, tu dois. Final S not pronounced, tu dois. Il, elle, doit. Final T not pronounced. Il doit, elle doit. Okay, so if you have a look at these forms, phonetically they are the same forms. Okay, so doit, doit, and then doit. Okay, and then nous is coming. Nous devons. Okay, classic ending ONS for nous. Okay, you just pronounce this on, this nasal. Okay, and then the S, final S is not pronounced. Nous devons. Nous devons. Okay, nous devons, well, basically we must. Okay, and then vous devez. Remember, classic ending for vous here, a Z, but then you pronounce this combination of two letters, et, devez, devez, vous devez. All right, and then the last one, ils doivent. So same thing, classic ending for the plural form, E-N-T here, okay, but then you don't pronounce it. Doivent, doivent, elles doivent, ils doivent, elles doivent, okay? So let's repeat them one more time. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, elle doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent, elles doivent. All right? So let's see a few examples now. The first one, je dois étudier. Étudier is to study, okay? So it's a verb, and then the rule in French goes like that. If you get to put two verbs in a sentence, like here, the second one must be at the infinitive form. So when we talk about the infinitive, it's the basic form of the verb, okay? So étudier, study. Je dois étudier. I must study. Je dois étudier. Okay? Then, il doit choisir. Okay? Same thing here. Choisir means to choose. Okay? And so, I did put here the infinitive form, so the basic form, IR form. Il doit choisir. Okay? He must choose. And the last example, nous devons répondre. Répondre is to answer. Répondre here, okay? Nous devons répondre. We must answer. Nous devons répondre. Okay? We are going to discover together European countries, so les pays européens. Okay? So let's start now with les pays européens. And the first one, la Grèce. La Grèce. Okay, so remember gr, gr. And then this accent grave like that, open. Grèce. Okay, la Grèce. Le Portugal. Le Portugal. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. Okay, don't insist on the final E because basically it's not pronounced. L'Espagne. Nya, nya, nya. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. L'Italie. 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 Okay, so you can see that for these two countries here, as they are starting with a vowel, like here, okay, as we saw in a previous lesson, the article is modified and then it's L apostrophe, like that, okay? Le Luxembourg, okay, final G not pronounced, and then when you combine this E-M here, you get the sound en. You don't pronounce the M at all, it's this nasal en, okay? Le Luxembourg. Le Luxembourg, okay? La France. La France, okay? A-N here, nasal en. La France. Okay? We continue. Les Pays-Bas. Final S here, not pronounced. Same thing here. Pays, pays, and then bas. Les Pays-Bas. Okay? Then l'Irlande. Remember, this is E, and it should be pronounced like E. Irlande. Irlande. Okay, A-N, en, D, and final E, not pronounced. Irlande. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Okay? L'Allemagne. L'Allemagne. Nya, 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 nya. Remember this G and E, it can be quite tricky at the beginning to produce, I mean the sound nya, okay? But really you should work on that because it's quite, well, it's not coming all the time, but it's not rare. I mean the sound is not rare in French, okay? Nya. L'Allemagne. L'Allemagne. Okay? La Belgique. Okay, remember Q-U-E here. You will get only the sound K, K, okay? Belgique, Belgique. So it's not Belgique, not at all, okay? Because it's only the k. Belgique, okay? Le Danemark. So same sound here, this K and then this QUE, well, they will produce the same sound here. Belgique, le Danemark, okay? L'Autriche, okay, remember, sh here. L'Autriche, l'Autriche, okay? La Suède, d, la Suède, Suède. Remember, accent grave, it's really open. Suède, Suède. La Suède. La Finlande. IN here, nasal, un. AN, nasal, en. And then D, final not pronounced. La Finlande. Okay? L'Estonie, final not pronounced. L'Estonie, l'Estonie. La Lettonie. So remember when you've got this and then a double letter like that, T, okay, then you will have to open your and it will become Lettonie. La Lettonie. La Lituanie. Remember in French, sorry, H doesn't exist, okay, so you don't pronounce it, and it's Lituanie, Lituanie, la Lituanie. Okay, continues. La Pologne, again, la Pologne. La République tchèque. So remember, QUE, Tchèque. La, and then here as well, République. La République tchèque. Okay, la République tchèque. Chypre. Chypre. So remember, we've got this Y letter here, but then phonetically when you pronounce it, it's like I, okay? Chypre. Okay? Malte. Same thing here, you don't insist on the final E. Malte. Malte. La Slovénie. Remember, you get this E accent aigu here, it's E. Slovénie. Final E, as usual, not pronounced. La Slovénie. Okay? La Hongrie. So remember, H doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. So it starts with O-N, on, and then gris, final E, not pronounced. La Hongrie. La Hongrie. Okay? Les nationalités. So basically I've been making this nationalities lesson based on the previous lesson. So leçon D. Okay, so I definitely invite you to check the leçon D if you want that everything is clear for you. Okay, but then les nationalités, and it's starting right now. La Grèce. Grec, so I will put each time the masculine form for the nationality, Grec, and the feminine form here for the nationality, okay? So you get the country, la Grèce, and then you get Grec, masculine form, Grec, feminine form. You write them differently, but then, if you listen carefully, Grec, you pronounce them the same way, okay? Le Portugal, Portugais, portugaise. Okay, so listen carefully. Portugais, portugaise. The only difference between the two, as usually when we'll have some, nationalities ending with AIS, like that, and then the feminine form, as, okay? It will be only in this z sound, the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? Masculine, portugais, you don't pronounce the S. Feminine form, portugaise, you pronounce this z sound, okay? And then l'Espagne, espagnol, remember, espagnol, espagnol. So you get this final for the feminine form, but then phonetically it's the same. L'Italie, italien, italienne. Remember, when you get this followed by a double consonant like here, then you will have to open it. Italienne, italienne. Okay? Le Luxembourg, luxembourgeois, luxembourgeois, and then feminine form, luxembourgeoise. Okay, same thing here, only difference, joie, joie, joise, okay, you insist on it. Luxembourgeois, masculine form, and then luxembourgeoise, feminine form. Then, la France, français, française, okay, c'est, and then seize, okay, français, française, all right, it continues. Les Pays-Bas, néerlandais, néerlandaise, néerlandais, néerlandaise, okay. L'Irlande, irlandais, irlandaise. Le Royaume-Uni, britannique, okay, only one form, whether it's masculine or feminine, britannique. L'Allemagne, allemand, allemande, okay, same thing here. En, okay, you don't pronounce the final D, but then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Allemande, okay, allemand, allemande. La Belgique, belge, so only one form here for the masculine and the feminine form. Le Danemark, danois, danoise. Zzz, okay, insist on that. Danois, don't pronounce the final S. Danoise, here you pronounce it. L'Autriche, autrichien, autrichienne. So same thing here. You get and then double N. You open the autrichienne. Okay, autrichien, autrichienne. La Suède, suédois, suédoise. Okay, suédois, suédoise. La Finlande, finlandais, finlandaise. Finlandais, finlandaise. L'Estonie, estonien, estonienne. Same thing here, double N, and then you open it. Estonienne, estonienne. La Lettonie, letton, lettonne. Letton, lettonne. La Lituanie, lituanien, lituanienne. Same thing here. You open the lituanienne. Okay? Lituanien, lituanienne. La Pologne, polonais, polonaise. Polonais, polonaise. La République tchèque, tchèque. Okay, so here as well, you get only one nationality. So whether for masculine or feminine form, it will be the same. Tchèque. Okay. Chypre, same thing here. Chypriote. She, remember this Y is pronounced like I, okay? Chypriote. Chypriote. Okay? Malte, Maltais, Maltaise. So remember, as I said previously, the only difference, es. Maltais, Maltaise. La Slovénie, so only one form here, Slovène. Slovène. Remember, E accent grave, you open it, Slovène. La Hongrie, Hongrois, Hongroise. Okay? Hongrois, Grois, Hongroise. Okay, so here, final S not pronounced for the masculine form, and then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Hongrois, Hongroise. Okay? Les Amériques, les Amériques. So let's see now. Les États-Unis. Okay, so if we make every links, we'll have it here and then here. Okay, les États-Unis. Les États-Unis. Le Canada. Le Canada. Le Mexique. Le Mexique. Mexique. It's really the X. Huh? Le Mexique. And then remember this QUE, it's only K. Mexique. Okay? Le Brésil. Le Brésil. Okay, you will pronounce the final L here, and then remember, accent aigu goes like E. Brésil. Le Brésil. L'Argentine. Okay, so you've got this nasal here, en, l'argent, and then tin. Don't pronounce the final it just gives you the pronunciation of the N, in. L'Argentine. L'Argentine. Le Chili. Le Chili. Okay, remember, CH, sh. Okay, Chili. Le Chili. La Bolivie. Okay, final not pronounced. La Bolivie. La Bolivie. Alright, so I assume everything is clear. We can repeat them one more time. Les États-Unis, le Canada, le Mexique, le Brésil, l'Argentine, le Chili, la Bolivie. Okay, and then we'll see now the nationality. So you will see here each time first the masculine form and then the feminine form. Okay, so les États-Unis, américain. So when you talk about the nationality, américain, masculine form, un, américain, and then feminine form, américaine, américaine. Okay, it's really open, this AI, américaine. Okay. Le Canada, canadien, yin, here, canadien, canadienne, yen. Remember, here you've got double N, so you've got to open the so it will become canadienne. Okay. Le Mexique, mexicain, un here, like we had in américain, A-I-N, mexicain, and then mexicaine, mexicaine. Le Brésil, brésilien, yin, brésilien, like we had for canadien, brésilien, feminine form, brésilienne, yen, brésilienne. Okay. And then l'Argentine, argentin, in, gives you this un sound. argentin, okay, and then Argentine, Argentine. Okay, if you look carefully, well, basically the feminine form is the same as the name of the country, okay. Le Chili, chilien, chilien, yin, chilien, chilienne, chilienne, okay, and then la Bolivie, bolivien, yin, same, bolivien, and then feminine form, bolivienne, bolivienne. Okay, this lesson we'll discover together le verbe attendre. So attendre means to wait. Okay, so it belongs to the third group of verbs, so not the regular one, the irregular. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take a few minutes to discover together the way to conjugate this verb at the present form. Okay, so let's see now how it will go. So the first form will be j'attends, j'attends. Okay, you get D and S, well basically you don't pronounce them, okay, and then you get only the sound attends, nasal here, en, j'attends, okay. Second form, tu attends, okay, you can see that, well, it is exactly the same one, so same way to pronounce it, attends, okay. Il attend, elle attend. So the only difference between this one, so this il form and the tu or je form, okay, if you want to write, it's just that if you look carefully, you don't have the final S here, okay, but then basically if you want to only pronounce or only speak, then, well, it's exactly the same way to pronounce these forms, okay. J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend. Okay, but then nous is coming here, all right, and then we've got the classic ending for nous, so ons, okay, you don't pronounce the s, so you get only this on sound, okay. Attendons, nous attendons, so we'll make the link between the two, la liaison. Nous attendons, nous attendons. Vous form, same thing, classic ending for vous, ez, okay. When you combine the two, you get the sound et, okay. Vous attendez, attendez, okay. Let's put here the liaison, the link. Vous attendez, vous attendez, okay. And the last one, same thing, classic ending for il, elle at the plural form, ent, but then you don't pronounce them. Ils attendent, okay, so remember you get to pronounce this, d at the end, okay. Elles attendent, alright. If you make the link, ils attendent, elles attendent, okay. So let's read them. J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. Okay? So I've been making few sentences just to show you how it works, or the meaning. J'attends le train. So le train, the train, I wait. Okay? I wait for the train, but then j'attends le train. Okay? Tu attends avec moi. So you wait, and then avec means with, moi, me. You wait with me. Tu attends avec moi. Il attend sa femme. Okay, remember, sa, it's the possessive, his in that case, and then femme, wife. Il attend sa femme. Nous attendons tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So here I wanted to show you how it could work if you put this tranquillement. So tranquillement is quietly, and it's an adverb. Okay, it's ending with régulièrement like that, which is one of the classic ending for the adverbs. We'll have the time to see that a bit later. But then, yeah, quietly is tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So basically you put this adverb after your verb, okay? Nous attendons tranquillement. Vous attendez les enfants. Okay, children, les enfants. Vous attendez les enfants. Elles attendent votre réponse. Réponse, answer, and then remember, votre, it's the possessive, your. Elles attendent votre réponse. Okay, so I will read them one more time, and I will read them at my normal speed. Okay, just for you to get used, because I've been reading them quite slowly when we were just we were covering them previously. Okay, so j'attends le train, tu attends avec moi, il attend sa femme, nous attendons tranquillement, vous attendez les enfants, elles attendent votre réponse. Le verbe répondre. Répondre means to answer, so it's quite useful. And then, well, it belongs to the third group of verbs, so we'll see how to conjugate this verb répondre at the present form. So let's see now the first form. Je réponds. Je réponds. Okay, so you can see that D and S here are not pronounced. Je réponds. Okay. Tu réponds. Well, the same form. Okay, exactly the same form, so the same pronunciation. Tu réponds. Il répond. So, final D is not pronounced. You only have this on nasal sound at the end. Répond. Elle répond. Okay? So, je réponds, tu réponds, il répond, elle répond. Okay? So far, only one way to pronounce it. Alright? Then, of course, for nous, we've got the normal and classic ending ONS. Okay? Don't pronounce the final S. You only pronounce this on sound. So you get répondons. Nous répondons. Nous répondons. Okay? And then classic ending for vous as well. EZ. Okay? Remember, you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. So, répondez. Vous répondez. Vous répondez. Okay? And then the last persons here. Ils répondent. So same thing here, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay? Répondent. Répondent. Ils répondent. Elles répondent. Okay? So let's see all the form one more time. Je réponds. Tu réponds. Il répond. Elle répond. Nous répondons. Vous répondez. Ils répondent. Elles répondent. Alright? Hier. Yesterday. Aujourd'hui. Today. Demain. Tomorrow. Okay? Hier. Yesterday. Aujourd'hui. Today. Demain. Tomorrow. So let's see now. Hier. So yesterday. Hier matin. Matin is morning. Okay, so yesterday morning will go in French like hier matin. Hier matin. Okay. Après-midi means afternoon. Hier après-midi. Yesterday afternoon. Hier après-midi. Hier après-midi. All right. And then soir, evening. Hier soir. Hier soir. Okay, so let's repeat that. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Okay? So now, aujourd'hui, today, aujourd'hui. Ce matin, so we put here this this matin, morning, this morning, ce matin. Cet après-midi, this afternoon, cet après-midi, cet après-midi. Ce soir, so soir, evening, this evening, ce soir, ce soir. Alright? And then, demain, so tomorrow. Demain matin, tomorrow morning. Demain matin. Demain après-midi, tomorrow afternoon. Demain après-midi. Demain soir. Demain soir. Tomorrow evening. Demain soir. So one more time. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Aujourd'hui. Ce matin. Cet après-midi. Ce soir. Demain. Demain matin. Demain après-midi, demain soir. 50, de 50 à 75, till 75, de 50 à 75. So let's see how they go. 50, 50, 51, 51. 52, 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 55, 55, 56, 56, 57, 57, 58, 58, 59, 59, 60, 60, 61, 61, 62, 62, 63, 63, 64, 64, 65, 65, 66, 66, 67, 67, 68, 68, 69, 69. And that's normally when my students, when I'm in class with them, start to look at me like they would like to kill me, because now we're getting to the tricky point in French, okay? So have a look here. Now we've got this 70, of course, but then in French it's a bit more tricky, because you take back the 60, and then you will add the 10. Okay, so for this 70 session here, you will have to use this 60 and then 10, and so all the numbers from 10 to 19, you will have to put them right here after. Okay, so let's see how it goes. 70, 70, 71, 71. Okay, so you can see here now. 60, 60, and then 11, 11. 71. 72, 72. Same thing here. 60 and then 12. Okay. 73, 73. 74, 74. 75, 75. Okay, so we won't go further, not to be more traumatized, because I've got some nice surprises after that as well. Okay, so remember that well, till 70, well, it's quite not easy, because it's always difficult to remember the numbers, but still it's not that tricky. Okay, so remember that for 70 here, so from 70 to 79, you will have to use this 60, so 60, and then the numbers from 10 to 19, okay? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. So we'll see the rest in a coming lesson. So now what we'll do, we'll go to till 100, and then we'll see all the what tricky and irregular forms, okay? So if you remember, when we stopped, it was here, okay? So 75. In French, we'll have to use this 60, so 60, okay? And then after that, you will have to put this 15, 15, okay? So remember, from 70 to 79, it will work the same way. So you will have to put this 60, and then the numbers from 10 to 19 after. Sorry, yeah, 19, yes. Okay, so in that case it's 75, 75, okay, 60, and then 15, okay. Next one, 76, okay, so 60 and 16, okay, 76, all right. 77, 77. 78, 78, 79, 79, and then 80. Okay, so for 80 it's 80, 80, all right. 81, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86, 86, 87, 87, 88, 88, 89, 89. And now for 90, well, basically it would be the same thing as we had for 70. So you will take this 80, 80, and then you will add the numbers from 10 to 19 after. So 90, and then 91, so 91, so remember 80, 80, and then 11, 11, 91, 92, 92, 93, 93, 94, 94, 95, 95, 96, 96, 97, 97, 98, 98, 99, 99, and the last one, 100. Remember, final T not pronounced. 100. Okay? Discover this parce que form. So parce que means because. Okay, and it's really useful. So we'll see how to use it. Okay, so parce que here. So the first use of parce que is when you want to introduce the reason. Okay, so we've got two examples here. Il ne mange pas tout de suite. Okay, so here you've got the negative form, remember, ne, and then pas. Manger means to eat. Il ne mange pas, so he doesn't eat. Tout de suite, well, basically it means right now. Parce qu'il, okay, préfère attendre. So in that case, because he prefers to wait. Il préfère attendre. Okay? Préférer, to prefer. And then here you can see that attendre is to wait. Second verb, okay? And then you should put it like here at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? Il ne mange pas tout de suite parce qu'il préfère attendre. Okay? Second example, nous allons dehors. Aller is to go, dehors, outside. Nous allons dehors, so we go outside. Parce que, so because. Nous voulons marcher. Vouloir, to want. Marcher, to walk. Nous voulons marcher, we want to walk. Okay? Nous allons dehors parce que nous voulons marcher. Okay? And then the second option to use this parce que is when you want to introduce the cause, la cause. Okay? Example here. Il prend son parapluie. Parapluie, umbrella. Prendre is to take. Il prend son, his. So he's taking his umbrella. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Pleuvoir, to rain. It rains, il pleut. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Okay? And then, second example. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. Okay? Appeler is to call. Garagiste is this nice person that will fix your car if it's broken or if it doesn't start, like in this example. Okay? Parce que sa voiture, voiture is car, sa voiture, possessive, his car, and then ne pas, so you get the negative form here, and démarrer is to start. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. So because his car doesn't start. Okay? Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. Alright? So you can see the two main way of using this parce que. So the first one, the reason. In that case, well, it's something that refers to the person. Okay? Actually, in that case, he doesn't eat because he prefers to wait, and then we go outside because we want. Okay? And then the second possibility when you talking about la cause, in that case, something that doesn't really, it's not the results of what someone is doing, but it's raining in that case, and then the car doesn't start. It doesn't really, it's not the result of the action of someone, okay? So that's the two main use of parce que. Then we'll work on le Moyen-Orient, the Middle East, okay? Let's start. Le Moyen-Orient. So it's interesting here because normally if you would have only this word here, you would pronounce it moyen, moyen, okay? But then as you get this vowel after, okay, you get to make the liaison between the two. Le Moyen-Orient, Moyen-Orient. Okay, let's start now. Israël, Israël. La Palestine, la Palestine. Le Liban, le Liban. La Jordanie, la Jordanie. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Le Moyen-Orient, Israël, la Palestine, le Liban, la Jordanie. Okay, and now we'll see the nationalities. Okay, so Israel, and then I will put the masculine form here and the feminine form here. Israélien, Israélien, so masculine form, and then feminine form. Israélienne, Israélienne, okay? Yen, yen, okay? And then Palestinien, Palestinien, feminine form. Palestinienne, Palestinienne. Le Liban, Libanais, Libanais, Libanaise, okay? Z, Libanais, Libanaise. And then Jordanie, Jordanien, Jordanienne, okay? Yen, yen. Jordanien, Jordanienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Israël, Israélien, Israélienne. La Palestine, Palestinien, Palestinienne. Le Liban, Libanais, Libanaise. La Jordanie, Jordanien, Jordanienne. L'extrême-orient, so Far East, l'extrême-orient. So let's discover that together. So Far East in French we'll say l'extrême-orient, l'extrême-orient. Le Japon, le Japon. La Chine, la Chine. La Chine. L'Inde. So remember you get this nasal here form. I-N-1. L'Inde. L'Inde. Le Pakistan. Le Pakistan. Hong Kong. Hong Kong. Okay, so let's see everything one more time here. L'extrême-orient, le Japon, la Chine, l'Inde, le Pakistan, Hong Kong. Okay, and now for the nationalities, so each time I will put the masculine form and the feminine form. Okay, le Japon, japonais, japonaise. Okay, so the only difference is there. Es. Japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois, So it's really this wa 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 sound, remember? Chinois, chinoise, z, z, was, chinoise. So chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, yen, indien, indienne. So remember this double N, you open it, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. So let's see them one more time. Le Japon, japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. Le verbe pronominal. So, what is le verbe pronominal? So first we'll take an example. Regarder, to look, to watch. Okay? And then se regarder. In that case it would be to look at oneself. Okay? So that's the important thing about this verb pronominal. Le verbe pronominal will be constructed all the time with this se before the verb. Se regarder, okay? And this se will basically change the meaning of the verb, because regarder, to look, to watch, se regarder, to look at oneself. Okay? So we'll take an example. So if we take the regarder verb, okay? So normally you will construct this sentence. Je regarde la télévision. Okay? I watch the television. Je regarde la télévision. Okay? But then if you use this se regarder, so as I said, to look at oneself, in that case, je me regarde. Alright, so you will have to add this me thing here before the verb. Je me regarde. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate this verb at the present form. Je me regarde. Tu te regardes. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. Nous nous regardons. Vous vous regardez. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. So now you can see that you've got to add this me, te, se, nous, vous, se before the verb when you conjugate it. Okay? Let's take another example. Appeler, to call. Okay? And then the important thing in that case is that, as usual, you know, appeler is starting with a vowel. A here. And it does mean that, as usual in French, normally we should have this se, but then e will disappear and it will look like that. S'appeler. So appeler, to call, and then s'appeler, to call oneself. Okay? So let's see how we will conjugate this verb. Je m'appelle. So same thing here. The e that we had previously disappeared. Je m'appelle. So remember, that's normally the verb that you use when you introduce yourself. Like I call myself, so my name is, of course, but then in French it's like I call myself. Okay, je m'appelle. Tu t'appelles. Tu t'appelles. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Nous nous appelons. Okay, so I will make the liaison. Nous nous appelons. Vous vous appelez. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Sorry. So if you look carefully here as well, so you will have to add this m, t, s, okay, and then nous, vous, s, okay. So remember, it's just because the verb is starting with a vowel. It would be the same if the verb would start with the letter h plus a vowel, because we don't pronounce h, so that's the reason why. My God, I'm losing my voice. Let's hope I will finish. Be careful, because in some cases when you will add this se in front of the verb, then le sens, so the meaning of the verb, will change. So I will put a few examples here. Trouver is to find, okay, and then se trouver means to be, être. Okay, trouver, to find, but then se trouver is to be, être. Passer, to pass. Se passer, avoir lieu, so to take place. Se passer, to take place. Passer, to pass. Okay? And then mettre, to put. Se mettre, well, it's to start. Commencer, to start something. Okay? So remember, trouver, to find. Se trouver, être, so to be. Passer, to pass. Se passer, avoir lieu, to take place. Mettre, to put. Se mettre, commencer, to start something. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and we'll see together more precisely how to conjugate the verbs that will end with uire, uire. Okay, so let's start now. Uire, and the verbs I think that could represent this category is conduire. Conduire means to drive or conduct. Okay, and so let's see how you will conjugate this verb. Je conduis. Tu conduis. Il conduit. Elle conduit. So far it's not that difficult, okay, because I assume that most of you would have put this final S here, S and then T, okay, because it's in most of the cases the way we will conjugate the verbs of the third group. Not all the verbs, but most of them, okay, so that's the reason why you will get this form, je conduis, okay, so it's quite simple, tu conduis, and then il, elle conduit, okay, keep in mind that you pronounce them the same way, okay, so let's see how it will go for nous. And it's actually not that difficult, but then of course most of you maybe would like to see R here, okay, but then no, it's not the case because it will become S. Nous conduisons, okay, and the good news is that it will stay for vous, vous conduisez, and then also for il, elle, ils conduisent, elles conduisent. Okay, so one more time. Je conduis, tu conduis, il conduit, elle conduit, nous conduisons, vous conduisez, ils conduisent, elles conduisent. Okay, so basically these verbs are not really tricky. They're not really difficult. The only thing that you get to remember is that this is S here, conduisons. Okay, because, well, I won't get into that, but if you would put this R here, it would be the future form, okay? But then here, keep in mind that you've got to put S here. Conduisons, and then conduisez, and here, conduise. So we'll see now the other verbs that will actually be conjugated like conduire. Construire, cuire, déduire, détruire, instruire, introduire, nuire, produire, reproduire, réduire, séduire, traduire, and few others. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Construire, cuire, déduire, détruire, instruire, introduire, nuire, produire, reproduire, réduire, séduire, traduire. And of course, you are expecting the translation. I know that. And this is the reason why you will get them. So, construire means construct, build. Cuire, cook. Déduire, deduct, deduce. Détruire, destroy. Instruire, educate, instruct. Introduire, introduce, insert. Nuire, harm, damage. Produire, produce, make. Reproduire, reproduce, copy. Réduire, reduce, decrease. Séduire, charm. Traduire, translate. Okay, so keep in mind that these verbs here will actually be conjugated like we saw a few minutes ago. Voilà. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, we'll see the verbs that are ending with ER, okay? And remember, they can be quite tricky. So that's the reason why we will take the time to have a look at them, okay? And so basically, in that case, so the verbs ending with ER, we'll see three categories. The first one, it will be what we call les verbes à un radical, okay? So we'll see that a bit later, but radical is the stem, the root, okay? So actually, these ones are quite easy to conjugate. The second group is les verbes à deux radicaux. So now it's getting a bit difficult because it will mean that these verbs will have actually two stems or roots, if you want. So we'll see that. Don't worry. And then this third group, oh, it's a strange one here. But then actually we're talking about les verbes à trois radicaux. So in that case, we will see that, well, they are the most tricky one. But then don't worry, we'll manage to understand how it works. Okay, so let's see now, and we'll start with the easy thing, and it's better, and it's les verbes à un radical. So the verbs ending with ER, and in that case, I thought it might be interesting to take the verb ouvrir. Ouvrir is to open, okay, so it's quite useful. And so the idea is that this final ER will be taken away to get the stem, the root. And so after that you will get j'ouvre, tu ouvres, il ouvre, elle ouvre, nous ouvrons, vous ouvrez, ils ouvrent, elles ouvrent. Okay, so it's clear that we've got this verb ouvrir. Okay, so ouvrir is the ending with ER. And as I told you here, you should take this ER away. Okay, so you will get the form OUVR. And then after that you will add, so the endings, E for je. So that's the reason why you get j'ouvre. For tu, you will add ES. And that's the reason why you will get tu ouvres. For il, elle, you will add e, ouvre. Okay, so basically you get the same phonetical form here. Okay, it's the same pronunciation, but you should write it ouvre, es, ouvre, e. Okay, and then for nous, well, the classic ending ons, ouvrons, nous ouvrons, and then for vous, classic ending EZ. Vous ouvrez, il, elle, classic ending ENT, ils ouvrent, elles ouvrent. Okay, so it's actually not that difficult if you think about this little thing. So you should take this ER away and just add these endings. Okay, so we'll see now few verbs that will actually be conjugated the same way ouvrir is, and it's couvrir, découvrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, souffrir, and a few others. Okay, but these are the main ones. Couvrir, découvrir, cueillir, accueillir, recueillir, assaillir, and then souffrir. I don't know why there is a little dot here, but then don't bother with this. And of course, as in most of the cases, I try to give you the translation, and here it goes. So couvrir means to cover or to wrap. Découvrir, to discover. Cueillir, gather, pick. Accueillir, welcome. Recueillir, collect, gather. Assaillir, assault, attack, and then souffrir, to suffer. Okay, so these verbs here will be conjugated the same way ouvrir is, and it's not that difficult. Okay, so now let's see the second group, so what we call les verbes à deux radicaux. And so we'll take partir. Partir is to leave. We use this verb quite often, okay? So basically it's quite important to see how to conjugate that at the present form. And so, as I said, the idea is that we will have two different roots, two different stems, okay? And the first one will be PAR for the singular form. So we're talking about je, tu, il and elle, so the singular form, okay? And then for the plural form, we will have part, okay? And we're talking about nous, vous, il, elle. So let's see how it will go, okay? So the first form will be je pars, okay? Remember, you put this S, you don't pronounce it. Je pars. Then you will get tu pars, il, elle, part. So the first thing that you get to keep in mind, you've got this final S, final T, but then you don't pronounce them. So phonetically, je pars, tu pars, il part, elle part. The same form. And then, if you think about what we saw, here we should have this first part here, and then the endings after. And that's the reason why we will get nous partons. Okay, so you've got this P-A-R-T, and then we put the ending O-N-S, the classic one. Vous partez, same way, and then obviously we'll have il part, elle part. Okay, so the first part P-A-R-T, and then the ending E-N-T. Okay, and this is the tricky thing with this verb partir. It's just to remember that when you get the singular or the plural, well, basically you will have different stems, okay? So the first one, keep in mind that you will have this PAR, and then you will add the ending S for je, S for tu, T for il, elle. Phonetically, je pars, tu pars, il part, elle part, okay? And for the plural, as we saw, you just keep this P-A-R-T and you add the endings O-N-S, E-Z, E-N-T. And you will get nous partons, vous partez, ils partent, elles partent. Alright? So, let's see now the verbs that will be conjugated like partir. Sortir, dormir, servir, sentir, mentir, se repentir, and few others. Okay, so sortir, dormir, servir, sentir, mentir, se repentir. And of course, you would like to have the translation. Sortir means to go out, dormir, sleep, servir, serve or be used for, sentir, smell, feel, mentir, lie, se repentir, express remorse. Okay, so keep in mind that these verbs will actually be conjugated like partir. Okay, and last but not least, don't be afraid. So now we've got the last group of verbs ending with er, and these verbs will belong to the group of verbes à trois radicaux. So obviously you understand now what I'm talking about, and we'll see how it goes. And in that case, well, basically the idea with venir, so I decided to take venir. Venir is to come. Same thing, it's a quite used verb, so that's the reason why I think it's important to see how it goes. And so the difficult thing with this group of verbs is actually you will have one form for the singular. So we're talking here about je, tu, il, elle. Okay, so in that case, the stem, the root will be vient, V-I-E-N. Okay, then we will have another root or stem for nous and vous at the plural form, and it will be V-E-N. Okay, so you can see that it's not the same. And last but not least, we'll have a third stem or root for il, elle at the plural form, and it will be viennent. And this is the tricky thing with venir, and we'll see the other verbs that will be conjugated like it. You've got three forms here. So vient for the singular, ven like that for the plural, but then it's only nous and vous, and then viennent for the plural, il, elle. So let's see how it goes. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. Okay, so we do agree that we respect the rule, so you take this VEN and then you put it right here, and after that you will put the ending. Okay, then think about what we saw, nous and vous, so they're coming right now. We should use this VEN stem. So that's what we are going to do. Nous venons. Okay, so you put back this VEN, and after that you will put your ending ONS. Nous venons, then you will get vous venez. Okay, and the last one, remember here, for il, elle at the plural form, you will use this viennent here, and then you will add the ending ENT. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Okay, and so this is, well, normally what is difficult, trying to remember how to conjugate them, and especially keeping that fact in mind that for the singular you will put this VIEN, and then you will add S for je, S for tu, and T for il, elle. Okay, and phonetically it's it's the same form. So you get je viens, okay, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. And then it was quite fast. But then for nous and vous, okay, you will put this VEN, all right, and you will add the ending ONS for nous, EZ for vous, okay, and you get nous venons, vous venez. And the last part, remember, well, basically for il, elle, you will put back this VIEN, and you will put the ending ENT, and you'll get ils viennent, elles viennent. And it can be quite tricky, because if you think about that, especially phonetically, it's challenging in a way, because you get this nasal sound here, je viens, okay, viens, Tu viens, well, the same. Il vient, elle vient. Then you will get this venons. Okay, keep in mind that it's really in that case. Venons, venez. And the last one, because you've got this double N here, you need to pronounce this like eh. And that's the reason why you should pronounce it viennent, viennent. Okay, so ils viennent, elles viennent. So just one more time to make it clear. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. And so let's see now the verbs that will actually be conjugated like venir, and we're talking about tenir, contenir, détenir, maintenir, obtenir, devenir, revenir, intervenir, se souvenir, and few others. Okay, so tenir, contenir, détenir, maintenir, obtenir, devenir, revenir, intervenir, se souvenir. So let's see now the translations. Tenir, hold, keep. Contenir, contain. Détenir, possess, have. Maintenir, keep, maintain. Obtenir, obtain, get. Devenir, become. Revenir, come back. Intervenir, intervene. Se souvenir, remember. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, how to conjugate les verbes, the verbs that are ending with URE. Okay, so UR. And well, actually, even if it's, let's call it a micro group, I think it's quite important to just take the time to see how to conjugate these verbs. Okay, and so the example I wanted to use or to take is conclure, and basically it means to end, close, or conclude. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate conclure. Je conclus, tu conclus, il conclut, elle conclut, nous concluons, vous concluez, il conclut, elle conclut. So as usual, let's say that the singular is not that difficult because probably you would put that without knowing that it goes like that. S-S-T. Okay, so you get conclu, conclu, conclu. Okay, the same phonetical form here. The tricky thing in a way is for nous, vous, il, elle of the plural, because basically you don't put anything between this U and the ending. So you get this concluons. Okay, so don't put any S or anything here. So it's not conclusion or conclurons or something like that. For the present form, it's concluons. Okay, concluez, and then here conclu. Okay, keep in mind that even if you put this final ENT, so the ending, you don't pronounce it. So phonetically, you get conclu, conclu. Okay, so je conclus, tu conclus, il conclut, elle conclut, nous concluons, vous concluez, il conclut, elle conclut. And so when I say it's a micro group, it's just because you will see that we've got actually two verbs that will be conjugated like conclure. But you know, honestly, it's quite important to introduce them anyway because they are not that tricky to conjugate. And it's inclure and exclure. Okay, so inclure, exclure, and I'm pretty sure that you understand how or what they mean without the translations, but of course I will offer you the translation, and it's inclure means to include or incorporate, and then exclure, exclude or get rid of. Okay. Les verbes du troisième groupe, and more precisely, we'll see together how to conjugate at the present form the verbs ending with VRE, okay, vre. So let's see that together. And so the example I wanted to take is quite useful because it's vivre, and vivre means to live. And so the tricky thing that you've got to keep in mind with this group of verbs is that it will have actually two stems or two roots. So we'll see practically what it does mean, okay? But then keep in mind that for the singular form, so je, tu, and then il, elle, actually the stem or the root will be vi, okay? So basically you take away this vre ending. Okay, and then for the plural form, so it will be nous, vous, and then il, elle. The stem or the root will be v, v. Okay, so and that's the difficult thing because for the singular the stem will be vi, for the plural it will be v. Okay, so let's see now how it will go when we conjugate this verb. So you will get je vis, tu vis, il vit, elle vit. Okay, so we do agree that you take this root or this stem here, you put it right here, and after that you will put the ending. For je it will be s, for tu it will be s the same, and for il, elle it will be t. And so if we keep the logic as we saw now for the plural form, we will take VIV, and then after that we will add the ending, and the classic ending for nous is ONS. Nous vivons. Vous vivez. Ils vivent. Elles vivent. Okay, so if you have this thing quite clearly in mind that we've got two stems, so the first one for the singular is VI plus the endings, and then for the plural it will be VIV plus the ending, then you will master this verb and the other verbs that will actually be conjugated like it. Okay, so let's see now the endings. Remember, for je it's S, for tu S, and for il T. So this is the reason why we get je vis, tu vis, il vit, elle vit. Okay, and then for nous the ending is ONS, so you get nous vivons, then EZ, vous vivez, and after that ENT, ils vivent, elles vivent. Alright, so let's see now what verbs are actually conjugated like vivre. And we've got suivre, poursuivre, revivre, survivre, and a few others, but then these are the main ones. So suivre, poursuivre, revivre, survivre. Okay, so let's see what they mean. Suivre, it's to follow. Poursuivre, pursue, chase. Revivre, relive, live through again. Survivre, survive. Okay, and these verbs will actually be conjugated like vivre that we saw a few minutes ago.